Good evening, or whatever time it is for you, VOD heads, as well as good evening to the stream peeps. We are here with what could possibly, probably, hopefully be the finale of Ace Attorney Investigations 2. It's been a long road, although if we finish today, it's not going to be much longer of a road than the first Investigations games, because both of these will be 9 streams long. Let's get it! We are in the middle. Oh, man. Maybe we won't make it, I don't know. We'll see. Start the chapter over. We just started it, it's fine. Woo! In we go. Could you, please give it a rest already?
The heck? I'm telling y'all, it's best for y'all's sake to come clean. The staff has their lips sealed shut as the reporters continue their tenacious negotiations.
If you're not here to cooperate with the investigation, I must ask you to vacate the premises.
What a socket at Copper! Y'all couldn't even stop Moozilla's invasion. Not only did they secretly raise a giant monster, but now the staff is trying to cover it up. Like I said, we haven't been raising any monsters here at the film lot. But ain't you said you done saw Gordy yourself? Sure, I saw it, but it's not like we were keeping it at the film lot.
Oh man, these two, huh? Hello, mind if we butt in? The whole squad is here.
Ah, Mr. Edgeworth.
Hey, John.
Oh, y'all come here to search for the monster too?
We're searching for a criminal, not a monster. Lang Z says, the darkness inside a criminal's heart can be likened to a monster. I hope the volume is still good, by the way. Well, when it comes to killing people, criminals aren't much different from monsters. Agent Lang, this is a problem. I can't let outsiders enter the crime scene. These are all key figures in the case. I'd like them to be here when the investigation resumes. Agent Lang, regarding what you said about resuming the investigation, where do you intend to start? We'll start by reviewing the case. Today, the body of President Huang was found here at the film lot. The president's whereabouts from 2 nights ago are still unknown. Seems he snuck out from under the eyes of his bodyguards and ventured outside. And that night was the last time he was seen alive. It was when he met with you, Judge Courtney, on the roof of the Grand Tower. Oh, man. Oh, shit. So, why'd you meet with the president?
That's... I cannot say.
You can't tell us, even under suspicion of murder?
Can't say? Why not? Miss Courtney, if you don't say anything, you'll only be more suspicious.
Ha! She must have a reason to clam up. I think you're somehow involved in the president's assassination. Figuring out where we're at. Hey, Letry. Last time we cooked the best in court, and Sebastian sort of came into his own a little bit. If that helps. The president's body was only discovered today. I love seeing Sebastian's character arc come together. Very nice, very satisfying. That still leaves a blank of 1 whole day after Judge Courtney met with him unaccounted for. Don't be so impatient. We're gonna fill in that blank right here, right now. The evening on that blank day in question is what's important. What happened here last night? So why don't you tell us, John Marsh?
Yep. Me?
We know you were here last night.
What? John was here?
Between that little Missy's testimony and the footprints we found, we could easily prove it.
John, you were rehearsing here last night, right? You were spying on me? I'm sorry, I just came to check up on things. You really shouldn't be staying up so late, you know? Mind your own business! John Marsh, that young lady was worried about you. You will not speak to her like that. Sorry. How many times have I told you to be more mindful of the way you speak? Is it just me, or does Miss Courtney's personality seem kinda different?
She seems to be as strict with her own son as she is with those who violate the law.
Are you listening to me? And earlier as well.
She's just the mother.
You should always bear that in mind, no matter the occasion. Can we get on with the investigation already? Pardon me.
For Judge Courtney to get carried away like that must be her motherly side. Agent Lang, do you suspect John?
All I want is the truth. Why was the president killed? And I want to know who killed him. I'll do whatever it takes to find out.
Seems the president was like family to him. John, would it be alright if we asked you a few questions?
Sure, it's fine. Got nothing to hide anyway.
Alright. Let's cross-examine the damn child.
I wasn't feeling too great during yesterday's shoot, so I made a few bloopers. They're reshooting the scene today, so... Well, I decided to rehearse a little on my own, that's all. I do it all the time. There wasn't anything out of the ordinary. You were rehearsing alone that late at night? John, when I called you last night, you told me you were at the hotel.
You called him? About what time was that?
I believe it was around 11 p.m. I require him to call me every night. That's our rule whenever he stays away from home. The truth is, I was at the film lot during that time. So you lied to me?
Oh, man.
I'm sorry. Miss Courtney sure is angry. I think it's admirable he practiced on his own, even if he hid it from his own mom.
I'm sure she was simply worried. Who knows what could have happened to him out alone so late at night. In reality, he did get caught up in yesterday's incident.
But John said there wasn't anything out of the ordinary, right?
Is that really the truth?
I wasn't feeling too great during yesterday's shoot.
Yada yada. They're reshooting the scene today. I decided to rehearse a little on my own. There's nothing out of the ordinary. That means there's something out of the ordinary, as we know. There wasn't anything out of the ordinary. That's a little lie, isn't it? We have evidence right here.
Could that be...
That's right. It's the video you recorded of your performance.
What? You're telling me you have video from last night?
Exactly. And in this video, there's clearly something out of the ordinary.
This is a monster's footprint.
Would you say that monster's footprints are commonplace on a film set?
John, why did you conceal this video from us? No reason, really. Hey, Pop! This is no joking matter. You had a reason to hide it, right? John Marsh, answer him clearly. But, Mom...
Well?
I didn't want anyone to see me rehearsing.
Alright. In other words, you're embarrassed about others seeing you practice.
Yeah, got a problem with that? You're saying that's why you hid the evidence. John? Quit nagging me. You've already busted me. What more do you want? Yeah, the footprints were there, but I just practiced and headed home. How come you're so calm after finding those footprints? It's a monster, you know? A real live monster.
God.
I thought it was just a part of the set. Besides, there's lots of other weird stuff around here, too. He's suspicious, Chief. This kid's really suspicious. You're right. The smell of a scoop stinks to high heaven.
Lotto won't leave us the fuck alone.
Shut up, we're done talking.
But at least I got to see Lotta's goofy run animation earlier. That was delightful. And by earlier, I mean yesterday. We're not done here yet.
What now?
The monster's footprints weren't the only unusual things that happened last night. Besides the monster's footprints, what other unusual thing happened last night? Yo, head? A monster's head fell from the roof of that building. Surely you must have known about that.
I don't know anything about it.
Is that true?
I told you I just practiced a bit and then I went back. I don't know anything about Muzella's head falling or anything like that. Or do you have evidence to show that I know something?
There certainly isn't any evidence of that. It's also possible that fell after John had already gone back.
If there's no evidence, then we're done talking.
Seems that John doesn't really want to talk about last night. Could he be hiding something after all?
Wait up.
Agent Lang?
It's as I thought. Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. This video backs up my logic. Huh? Is there something in the video that's related to the case? Yeah, took a good hard look at the monster costume in the top left. Mozilla costume? Try comparing it with the one over there right now. It looks like it's just hanging there at limply though. And the zipper on its back is zipped up tight.
Zipper on its back?
What? This discrepancy is... Yeah, the difference is plain to see. In the video, the zipper is clearly open. That's right. Someone was inside. What?
Mr. Powers, is this costume zipper usually... Yeah, it's always zipped up tightly when it's not in use.
Mr. Prosecutor, do you remember? My logic from before.
Courtney pushed the president off the roof and killed him. Afterwards, she snuck the film lot to hide the body. Would it be easier to hide a body in a costume behind all this equipment? Then all she had to do last night was retrieve it. You're saying the body was hidden inside the costume?
Yeah, that's right. Judge Courtney! 2 nights ago, you pushed the president off the roof of the tower. You then hid the body inside the monster costume. I did no such thing. Say what you want, but you're the only one who could have done it.
Nuh-uh, that should have already been proven impossible. The film lot was locked at the time. Judge Courtney could not have entered this place.
The fuck do you mean, nuh-uh? What if there was an accomplice?
What?
I'll tell you my reasoning, so listen up.
Alright, here we go.
When the president was pushed off the roof, John was waiting at the film lot. If John was an accomplice, the problem with the locks would be resolved. 2 of them then hid the president's body. Inside that monster costume over there? I thought there was gonna be more to that. Well, fuck me.
You think this crime had such an elaborate plan?
To take the life of a nation's president, an elaborate plan is to be expected, don't you think? John would never take part in such a crime. You're the one being suspected. Your words don't carry much weight.
I wouldn't think those 2 had sufficient motive for something like this, though. Put 2 voice direction. Ouch. True, though, true.
Well, maybe they had a motive that we didn't know about. You were the last one to meet with the president, and you're still keeping the details secret. But you think it's only natural that you're being suspected?
Judge Courtney, is there no way for you to tell us your secret?
My apologies. I just cannot, no matter what. However, when the time I can talk about it comes, I will surely let you know. So if you could please...
Believe you? Is that what you wanted to say? That's what all criminals say. And you, pup, if you've got an explanation, hurry up and spit it out.
I didn't do nothing. That's all I'm saying.
Both mother and son won't talk. You still gonna defend them like this? It's true. Judge Courtney's actions are a mystery. However, we still don't know whether or not that ties in with a motive for murder. Yeah, that's right. Their motive for murder can wait. Yeah, I'm just sitting here like, brother, that's a child. That is a 13-year-old the size of an elementary schooler. For now, let's talk about the situation surrounding the crime. And the fact that these two are the only ones who could have done it. When the president was pushed off the roof, John was waiting at the film lot. If John was an accomplice, the problem with the locks would be resolved. I mean, if we're going off of your weird-ass fucking theory, sure. The two of them then hid the president's body inside that monster costume over there. In the video, we cannot see the inside of the costume. So can you really say for certain that the body was placed inside? Yeah, I'll give you that much. In that case, why don't we try examining it? The inside of that costume! Might be some traces left inside. Mr. Powers, may we examine the inside of the costume? Oh yeah, sure. Go ahead. But it might be kinda stinky, because I sweat a lot in there. This is, incredibly dirty. That's strange. We always make sure to clean it after using it so that the sweat doesn't damage the costume. Isn't this just proof that someone besides you used this costume? I'd say that dirt from the body probably got into the costume.
President's body did fall on top of the monster footprint. That must be where the dirt came from.
Are you satisfied now? Hold on. Need to refamiliarize myself. Yellow stain. Surrounded by concrete. Well, we don't know what that, we still don't know what that yellow stain is, and shouldn't that have something in there too? If it was in there, hypothetically? Dirt got onto the costume when the body was hidden inside it. Is that really the case? You have a problem with that? There is a fair amount of dirt inside the front of the costume.
Yeah, that is a lot of dirt.
However, I would like you to focus on the state the body is in. It's lying on top of the dirt, and yet there's no dirt on the front of the body. If the body really was inside the costume, and it's strange that the front of the body isn't stained with more dirt. Ugh. Well then, how would you explain it? How did dirt get inside the costume? The video footage, it's very likely that someone was inside the costume. Just who could it have been?
Where have I seen this?
Well, what's the matter, Kay?
I just feel like I remember seeing something that looked like this dirt somewhere before. But where was it? There were these bits of gray fragments mixed in with the dirt.
Gray fragments? It does seem to be something other than normal dirt mixed into it.
Something must have gotten stuck to it, and lots of it, might I add.
Something got stuck to it. This may merit a closer look. Oh man, dirt that looks like what's stuck on the inside of the costume. Well, I'm still not over Blaze's stupid fucking gloves, by the way. This dirt has some gray bits mixed into it. Huh? And what of it? we found an item belonging to a certain man that was covered in the same type of dirt. That is to say, these gloves.
Those dirt stains certainly look the same. But tell me, just what exactly is this gray substance?
That's fucking concrete. This gray substance must be fragments of concrete.
You mean the stuff that was scattered around the monster's footprints?
Exactly. Meanwhile, who do these gloves, which are stained with the same kind of dirt, belong to?
Oh, I remember. We found it at Blaze's place.
Earlier today, we went to Blaze's garage. There, we discovered these dirt-stained gloves. Come to think of it, there were also hammers, shovels, and other tools placed inside as well. Why would mechanics' gloves intended to be used on machines be covered in dirt? I don't know, maybe he got dirt in his machine. If he broke the concrete with the hammer and then dug into the soil with the shovel, it's only natural for dirt like that to get on the gloves.
Then maybe...
Yes, the true nature of the monster's footprints has been made clear. It's possible that these footprints were dug up by Blaze the Best himself. Oh, man.
It's possible? It's possible, you say?
Please do enlighten me.
Because I honestly have no clue. Why on earth would he do something like that?
Why did he make the monster footprint? The answer must be... Was he digging something up? Maybe show him more one pairs of gloves if he's a giant criminal. True. It's possible he was digging something up. Probably went something like this. Last night at this spot, there was something that Blaze needed to dig up. For that reason, he broke the lock on the back door and sneaked into the film lot. Using the hammer and shovel, he's set to work. I'll never understand rich people. Yeah, me neither. Look at that bee go. He placed the items he dug up into his bag, but before he could fill in the holes...
Ah! That's when John came to practice.
Exactly. Blaze panicked and had no choice but to hide himself in the Mozilla costume nearby. To think he would deduce so much from just a pair of dirt-stained gloves.
However, all this is merely a possibility. There's still no proof that he was the one who was hiding inside that costume. For all we know, he might have left the scene once he finished digging.
On the contrary, such proof does exist and can be seen in the video. The video was recorded. Blaze was definitely inside the film lot.
What?
I can't blame Agent Lang for not noticing. The difference between the current film lot and the... Yeah, okay, I got it. Along with the state of Blaze's garage, it's all too clear that Blaze was still here. Yeah. Dumbass left his bag out there. This bag placed near the costume. There was an identical one inside Blaze's garage. First, the dirt on the gloves, and now the bag. It seems there is a connection. Whew. And that's my proof. Blaze was inside the costume. Ergo, the president's body could not have been hidden inside it. Fucking get him. It seems I was able to refute Agent Lang's reasoning. Yeah.
Someone needs to go investigate Blaze's house right away, pal. We need to know what was inside that bag.
Yes, sir.
Y'all pop down and listen up. Y'all just been saying whatever works best for y'all.
Lotta, I'm gonna say this as kindly as I can. What do you know about this case, huh? And the noisy one returns.
That there's the footprints of the mighty Mozilla.
Okay, you answered my question. You know fucking nothing.
They ain't just some random holes dug up by that old coot.
I believe the true nature of these footprints has already been proven quite logically.
Logic smogic, I ain't buying it. Say what you want, but I know what I saw, and I saw Mozilla.
Is she referring to how she saw the Mozilla out the window of the Grand Tower? Monstrous.
On our journalist souls, we ain't having none of it.
That statement is an insult to journalists everywhere.
Ah, that's right. There's more to the monsters than just those footprints. I remember hearing that Sunny over there was seen with the monster earlier. I reckon that gal over there said she witnessed it herself.
These two are together, all meaningful talk grinds to a halt. True!
If you only knew just what the monster really was, I think those two would quiet down. Mr. Edgeworth, isn't there anything you can do?
Monster's true identity? We don't have much choice. Let's see what we can do.
Isn't there something y'all ain't telling us about the monster? Nicole, ask him. Ask him right now.
Please settle down. Regarding the true identity of that monster, I already know what it is.
What'd you say?
That's right. The video John recorded provided the hint that I needed.
What you talking about?
Mr. Cole saw Gordy. And she went to check up on John's practice. At that time, she mistook something for Gordy. The monster can be seen in this photograph.
What? Ain't that just some plain old souvenir photo? You don't really think you can pull the wool over the eyes of a pro like me, do ya?
What did Mr. Coles really see when she mistook for Gordy? Oh man. Naturally, Gordy's true identity was this camera crane.
What?
The video John recorded was shot from fairly up high. Yeah, I mean, she did say her eyesight was really damn bad earlier in the case, but still. Oh. A shot from this position would be impossible without a camera crane.
But there ain't no way Mr. Coles would mistake a camera crane for Gordy.
I wonder about that. Mr. Coles?
Yes?
Earlier you said the prescription for your glasses didn't match your eyesight anymore, correct?
Yes, lately it seems like my eyesight's suddenly gotten a lot worse.
So would you say that you weren't able to see Gordy very clearly in the dark?
That's right. Its silhouette was all I could make out. But remember what Mr. Cole said? And I quote, its skin was really scaly, almost like a reptile. Hammer cranes ain't got no flesh on them, let alone skin. It's just a bare steel frame.
That is certainly true, at least in the case of this photo. However, last night it did have skin. Yeah, we have a character with the last name Nichols and a character named McNicole in the same fucking case. I understand a bit of the confusion.
Y'all just do whatever you can to get in the way of our big scoop, ain't ya?
That's not my intention. But since I've come this far, it's time to put an end to your nonsense. Gordy's skin is right before our very eyes. This is confusing. Yeah, I completely get it. Yeah. As Miss Nichols stated in her testimony earlier, it looked like it was going to rain last night. While it never actually rained, John still covered the camera with a rainproof sheet. Mr. Miss Nichols looked like a monster skid.
What? You gotta be kidding me!
Oh man, there it is again. Hold on. Gotta hit her with the... Isn't that right, John?
Man, you saw through it all. Not bad, old man.
Unfortunately, the Gordy that Miss Nicole saw was nothing more than an illusion.
Not again. Looks like my dream has shriveled up and died once again. Mentor. Seems like things have finally settled down. I really thought the boy was hiding something from me. I guess I had it all wrong.
God, yeah, it really is just one-to-one with the fucking emoji. God. Now we figured out the true form of the monster, everyone seems refreshed. Respect of it true.
Actually, there's two people here who are totally bummed out. Agent Lang! The report is in, sir. We've got the results of President Huang's autopsy. Good. Show it to me. Contusions and bone fractures found across the body, resulting from tremendous pressure.
So, this is the cause of death. In other words, he was crushed to death. I thought as much.
The yellow stain on his...
Accidentally channeled some water there.
The yellow stain on his chest is currently under investigation. But it seems that gunpowder residue was found in his right hand. Sunflower residue? I didn't know the president was into gardening.
No, gunpowder residue. Okay, is your hearing okay? Are you well? Traces of it are left behind when a gun is fired. Since it's been found on his right hand, it's possible that the president fired a gun.
A gun, huh? We didn't find any guns when we investigated this area.
Unexplained gunpowder residue. I'll have to look over the autopsy report later. Now then, Agent Lang, it seems we have our answer. The president did not die from falling off the roof of the Grand Tower. Rather, he died from being crushed under Mozilla's head.
Hey, yo. I can't deny it. It looks like your logic was right after all. That means the suspicion surrounding Miss Courtney should be cleared up, right?
Yes, not only the cause of death, but the time of death proves her innocence as well. Judge Courtney met with the president 2 nights ago. However, according to the autopsy report, the time of death was around 11 p.m. last night. Mozilla's head also fell last night. Matches up perfectly.
Whew, that's a relief. Isn't it a bit too early to feel relieved? The president died after being crushed by Mozilla's head. That I'll admit. But the problem is, who was responsible for the falling head?
Mozilla's head fell last night, and last night the one who was at the film lot was...
What are you saying? Surely you're not implying... That's right, you killed him, didn't you? John Marsh! That's right, I'm still accusing the child. That pup is hiding something. He was at the scene where the body was discovered last night. He also saw the footprints. And despite that, he still claims to know absolutely nothing about the incident. Isn't that a bit too convenient?
These footprint-shaped holes have not been proven to be related to the case. Just because he saw the holes doesn't necessarily mean that he's involved in the incident.
You sure about that? Take a look at the pup's face. Looks pretty shaken up to me.
Looks like he hit the mark, but John doesn't want to talk about it.
If he doesn't feel like talking, then I have an idea of my own. Let's check the tape.
Agent Lang, what is your intention?
The police have a device that lets you analyze the video footage up close and personal.
Agent Lang, you would suspect John enough to go that far? As long as John's lips are sealed. It's This may be the only way for us to get closer to the truth. Detective Gumshoe, if I'm not mistaken, you have that device with you, correct?
Mr. Analysis is ready to go, sir.
Now we're talking.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, would you please perform the video analysis for us?
She wants me to do it?
Who knows what kind of faults that Wolfman will find in it?
This isn't exactly my strong suit, but I suppose I have no choice. Any new clues shown in the video? Well, this place is really fucking obscured by darkness, so let me try looking. Well. Pretty sure you got quite a lot of case left. Oh, man. Well, we'll try our best, but thanks for stopping by. This is...
What's the matter? I want to see too. Hmm? Oh, fuck.
Hey! What's wrong? Show it to me!
Prosecutor Edgeworth, I request you submit the evidence to the court.
Please take a look at the top right corner of the zoomed-in video.
This person is... the president! Impossible! Huh? No way!
It seems we finally found it at last. The evidence that points to the true killer. This video places John at a major disadvantage.
You're wrong! That's not right! Ugh, I didn't know anything about this!
That's not gonna cut it. It's clear that you and the victim were together at the same place where his body was later found. John Marsh, there's no doubt. You killed the president.
No, this can't be. Why would you... John, please don't tell me. Did you really kill the president? Mr. Edgeworth, is this really decisive evidence?
Mr. Prosecutor, looks like even you can't object to this. That pup say didn't know anything, right? And yet the president's right here in the video. John, what are you hiding? Bob.
John, please tell us the truth. The truth is, it's all my fault. John Marsh, what did you do? Mozilla's head falling was all my fault. While I was setting up the equipment on the roof, I used the heater. After that, I went down to practice, but I forgot to turn it off. Then my mom called me, so I left the film lot. Well, I came back to the lot after the phone call was over. Zola's head that was on the roof had fallen. And right next to it was the president, lying dead on the ground. How can that be?
I see. There were indeed traces that something had caught fire on the rooftop.
It's just a small fire, so I was able to put it out by myself. So the president's death was John's fault?
But wouldn't that make this an accident, sir? And then, what did you do with the fallen head?
I took it apart, brought the pieces up to the roof, and put it back together.
So you put out the fire and even put the fallen head back on the roof. Which means you were hiding evidence. We can't be having that, you naughty little pup.
I didn't do it on purpose. I really did just forget to turn off the heater.
When the legs broke, that stand would have tilted. If Uzilla's head was on top of the stand,
it would have fallen off. So the head fell down because of the fire.
Yes, and if that's the case, I also have a pretty good idea of what caused the fire. There's a flammable can next to the heater. It seems someone is lacking in safety awareness.
Was it really just an accident? That's the truth. Then what was the president doing here? I don't know. There was no one else around when I was there.
You expect me to believe that?
The president wouldn't have just come to a place like this without a reason, you know. Indeed, the president's reason for coming here is a huge mystery. 2 nights ago, he met with Judge Courtney on the roof of the tower, and last night he was at the film lot. I'll have to listen to John's testimony very carefully. I was setting up the roof, I used the heater, I forgot to turn it off, my mom called me. I went back after the phone call was over, Muzella's head had fallen, and right next to it was the president dead on the ground. What was the state of the body?
I didn't get a good look because it was dark.
He suddenly become as quiet as a mouse.
I guess John doesn't really want to remember anything about the body.
Is that the only reason he's gone so quiet? Press him further. You didn't get a good look. And how'd you know he was dead?
That's,
He's clearly shaken. Must be hiding something. Wouldn't you normally call for help if you see someone collapse on the ground? However, you did nothing of the sort.
But he was already dead.
Is that so? You seem quite certain that the president was already dead. Is there a reason for that, I wonder?
That guy was collapsed on the ground, and right next to him was the fallen monster's head. I'm not stupid. It wasn't hard to imagine what had happened.
You can imagine whatever you want, but there was no way for you to know that he was dead. You actually checked to make sure the president was dead, didn't you?
Yeah, that's right. I was scared, but I got up close to the body and checked to see if he was breathing.
I thought as much. However, why would he hide that? There must be a reason. Please tell me that's the state of the body at that time.
At first, I didn't know he was dead. I would have realized sooner if there had been any blood. But there wasn't a single drop, and his clothes were completely spotless. Either way, he wasn't breathing. That's how I knew he was already dead.
Would you please append those statements to your testimony? I didn't know right away that he was dead. There was no blood and his clothes were... Were they? His clothes have that yellow shit on them. His clothes were spotless.
Yeah, that's right. You got a problem with it, old man?
John, it's painfully obvious you are desperately trying to hide something from me.
Wait, what are you going on about? I'm not hiding anything.
You are hiding something about this yellow stain on the president's clothes, correct? Why'd you leave it entirely out of your testimony? In fact, you made no mention of it. Only serves to cast more suspicion upon yourself.
That's because...
I hope you have a convincing explanation. Maybe we're being a bit too hard on the child, guys. Oh no. Judge Courtney?
Allow me to explain.
Why are you...
The yellow stain left on the president's chest is almost certainly lion lily pollen.
Lion Lily?
When I met with the president on the roof of the Grand Tower 2 nights ago, I brought him a bouquet of lion lilies. Lion lilies are beautiful flowers with stunning golden petals. Some of the pollen from the lilies must have gotten on the president's suit. Huh? But I didn't see any lilies in the security footage, though. They were simply obscured by the president's body.
Why'd you bring a bouquet?
That I cannot say.
Hey, hey! You're keeping way too many secrets.
You won't tell us why you met with the president or the reason you brought him flowers? My apologies. However, I did give him the bouquet. That much is true.
But when was the president? When the president's body was discovered, we didn't find any flowers.
I honestly don't know how that could be.
Ha! Hey, Miss Judge. All your answers have been too vague. You can't say this and you don't know that. Do you accept flimsy testimony like that in your trials?
Hey, cut it out! John? I threw the flowers away.
You threw them away? So there were flowers near the body when you found it?
Yeah, that's right. They were right on top of the president's body. They haven't crushed as flat as pancakes, though. Yeah, I see. So the flowers were squashed by Mozilla's head, too.
And a large amount of pollen got stuck to the president's suit. Seems to be the gist of it. However, why'd you go out of your way to dispose of the flowers?
No reason.
But John's not gonna tell us anything either.
I guess mother and son both have a lot of secrets, huh? That is not true. At the very least, I can tell you why John threw away those flowers. Huh? John, you saw me leaving the house with those flowers in hand, did you not? Oh, I get it. John saw the flowers and thought of his mom.
He threw them away in order to protect Judge Courtney from being suspected.
That's not true. You're all wrong.
That was his worst lie yet. I'm going to silently judge this child.
I often decorate our house with those flowers. The bouquet must have reminded him of me.
So the pup just happens to find the bouquet from his mother's flowers on top of the body.
That's why he threw them away and kept silent?
Ha! That's a tiny little story if I've ever heard one.
What's wrong with that? I suppose you prefer untidy, messy stories, Agent Lang?
Don't tell me you've forgotten already, Muncie. The pup confessed that he caused the monster's head to fall last night.
Oh, that's true, but
He's currently the only suspect in the president's murder.
True, there are many reasons to suspect John. However, there's someone other than John who is far more suspicious.
What'd you say?
John himself was kidnapped by that very person not too long ago.
And we rescued him from the refrigerated warehouse near the harbor, pal.
Refrigerated warehouse?
That's right, pal. The refrigeration wasn't turned on, so he wasn't about to freeze to death. If we hadn't yelled out for help, we would have never found him.
once the sleeping drugs were off, he was finally able to call out for help.
Sleeping drugs, If I recall correctly, when you were kidnapped...
That's right, there was a bottle lying on the floor of the refrigerated warehouse. I think it was the same thing that was used on me not too long ago. That sleepy zuzz stuff. It's super powerful.
Yeah. How about it, Agent Lang? John is clearly a victim. There's a mastermind at work behind the scenes of this case.
I don't know anything about this so-called mastermind. Say they were here last night?
I still don't know for sure yet.
Ha! It's not likely to be so vague, Mr. Prosecutor.
Indeed, I still don't have any evidence that ties the mastermind to this murder. Anyone else? Is there anyone besides John who had the opportunity to murder the president?
That's it! As I thought. In the end, that pup is our only suspect. Ah, fuck.
Isn't there one more suspect, Agent Lang?
What's this?
Didn't we prove it earlier? Last night there was one more person here.
Blaze the Best. You're saying he's the one who did it?
Last night, John was not alone. Blaze was here too. Shouldn't we consider him to be a new suspect?
Blaze the Best killed the president?
It's entirely possible.
Blaze the Best. It can't be. That same guy from 12 years ago?
12 years ago? That keeps popping up. A lot has changed. It all happened over 12 years ago. It's almost like this is a significant number in this final case. You got it, ain't this nice? Now you're finally going to prison. 12 years is a long time for a suspended sentence. Agent Lang, what happened 12 years ago?
Nothing that concerns you.
On the contrary, it might just have some sort of connection with this case.
And I suppose you have some proof, Mr. Prosecutor. Show me evidence that there's a connection between this case and the one from 12 years ago.
Evidence, you say?
If you don't have any evidence, then there's no point in talking about it.
Is there any evidence that connects this case with what happened 12 years ago? This letter was sent to Jill Crane, who was murdered 2 days ago. Although the sender is currently unknown, here it is written as follows. Please get revenge for 12 years ago.
What? 12 years ago?
That's not all. Take a look at this as well. It is a report written by Patricia Rowland to Blaze the Best regarding Knightley. Please read this part here.
That thing he laid to rest near the flower bed 12 years ago.
Agent Lang, something big is happening here. Jill Crane's murder 2 days ago, and now the president's murder today. Has to be some connection there. And the key to solving it lies in what happened 12 years ago, does it not?
You're asking me to reopen the old wounds of the Lang clan?
Agent Lang, I beg of you. Who was that just now? Who's there? Oh shit! It's the squad.
Hey, you guys! What are you all doing here?
We followed you here, Shifu. We heard that Shifu was investigating the incident from 12 years ago.
You idiots! I'm not your boss anymore. Get back to your own posts.
Sir, we can't do that.
What'd you say? Are you disobeying my order?
Shifu, we beg of you. Reinvestigate the SS5 incident from 12 years ago. None of us could ever forget that case. We know how you feel the same way, Shifu. Agent Lang, even your former subordinates desire to reinvestigate the case.
And you think you can solve the mysteries of that case?
Perhaps I can, with your help.
I got it. I accept your invitation.
Why'd you use the GBA gallery sound? These are 3 people.
Now then, with that decided, I guess it's my turn to shine.
Okay.
We're investigating the case from the past, right? And guess what the best tool for that is?
Little Mr. Thief.
Right! If we have the case files from the past case, I can recreate it.
Unfortunately, I don't have the case files.
Huh? What do you mean? Access to those case files is restricted, being treated as highly classified information.
Why is that?
I don't know, but it seems like there are a lot of things that they wanted to keep hidden. Even what I know. Limited to what was published in the newspapers back then.
That will not be a problem. In any case, please tell us what you know.
Sure.
Woo. We got our theme for the case from the past now too. Oh man, it's really coming together.
The SS5 incident. The incident occurred on a winter day 12 years ago. It's the 10th of February. The police department in this country received a call from a group of kidnappers. We've kidnapped President Huang, they said.
Kidnapped?
The SS5 incident was the case of President Huang's kidnapping. They demanded a ransom of $100 million. 100 million? Wait, just how much is that?
Such a large amount, she's having trouble visualizing it. That night, my old man was the last person. That night, my old man was the last person to meet with the president.
They were together at the Zhangfa embassy until midnight on February 10th. After that, no one knows what the president was doing up until he was kidnapped. The president's life was at stake. The Zhangfa government frantically gathered the money. After that, the ransom was delivered and the president was returned safe and sound. So, President Huang has been the president since 12 years ago. That's really amazing.
Well, being in office for so long is just a small part of how amazing the man is. Lang seemed a bit happy when he said that. But what happened to the kidnappers?
Well, a top-secret covert investigation was carried out, and then a secret trial was held.
Trial? Does that mean the suspect was caught?
Suspect was Patricia Rowland.
Then, the reason you came to the prison a few days ago...
Yeah, I was put on extended leave from Interpol. So I decided to go back and reinvestigate what happened 12 years ago.
Oh man.
First, I had to get a look at the face of my target. So the trial 12 years ago ended with a not guilty verdict? Yeah. Back then, my old man was in charge of every aspect of the president's security. He took responsibility for the kidnapping and was relieved of his post as bodyguard. But then he continued to investigate as a regular police officer until finally found the culprit.
And it was none other than Patricia Rowland. There is no way she could be innocent.
However, the result was a not guilty verdict. In the end, the case went unsolved. Crushed in both body and soul, my old man resigned from the police.
What was the basis for arresting Patricia Rowland?
There was a lot of evidence. At least that's why I think. But I can't see those documents for myself. That's where my story ends. What should we do? With only this much information, even the little thief would have a hard time producing a recreation.
Ugh. Is there really nothing we can do? Who's there? Who says we could use some help?
Who's that?
Oh shit, it's you two! Franziska!
And Mr. Shields, too! We finished up with the trial and finally managed to catch up with you guys. Here, take this.
This is,
Oh, it's the case files for the SS5 incident, sir.
how nice that they just happen to have them.
When Roland mentioned 12 years ago during the trial, it caught my interest. I looked into it immediately and got in touch with Interpol.
I expected no less from you, Franziska.
Don't get the wrong idea, Miles Edgeworth. I didn't prepare these documents for you, the former prosecutor. I did it for the sake of the investigator taking up the case his father left behind.
Sis, but I thought the information on the SS5 incident was restricted to the public.
That restriction was placed by the prosecutor in charge of the case, Blaze the Best.
Also, Franziska is not fucking cis. Blaze the Best was the prosecutor in charge? Him.
However, as a result of the trial just now, Blaze's authority has been revoked. It's all thanks to his son.
Sebastian? Bringing down his father, the door to this past case has been opened.
Prosecutor the Best is currently wrapping up things in Patricia Rowland's trial. He told me to relay this message to you. Leave Pops and his cohorts to me. You guys should take care on your case on your end.
He's become quite reliable right before our very eyes.
Truly. Alrighty then! This is perfect! Now we have the files, just leave the recreation to me.
Indeed. Let us begin. According to these documents, it appears that the incident took place right in front of the Tower Plaza.
Let's head to the plaza right away!
Hey, would you please activate the little Mr. Thief? Wasn't it always just Little Thief before? Why are we throwing in the Mr. now? I don't know.
Right, with these case files, recreating everything should be a snap! Where should I start?
Where indeed? According to these documents, it seems there was a witness to the kidnapping of the president. A freelance journalist by the name of Jack Cameron. Fucking latent NPC looking ass. However, he happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time and was murdered by the culprit.
So that would mean that the place that he saw the president at was here. Here? At the Grand Tower?
No, the Grand Tower was only built around a year ago. Before that, this place contained mostly abandoned old buildings. However, 12 years ago, this place was...
Ha! Now you're finally talking about some stuff that I know. Yeah, 12 years ago, this very spot was... the Happy Family Home.
What's that, pal?
It was a place where children who had lost their parents could live. To put it simply, it was an orphanage.
Ah, okay, it was probably a translation thing, fair enough. The president was kidnapped at that orphanage.
And the head of that facility at the time was Patricia Rowland. Apparently, Rowland always referred to it as her home. It seems that suspicion would naturally fall upon her.
Patricia Rowland, Blaze the Best, and President Hong. Darkness that remains from the SS5 incident still casts a shadow on present cases. Okay, I'd like you to put the investigation data from Jack Cameron's murder case. We could probably assume he was killed by one of the kidnappers.
So if we solve the murder case, we'll know who the kidnappers were, right?
Precisely. I'm counting on you. Oh man.
What the heck is this? Everything's green.
I've come to expect such reactions. It was a recreation of the grounds of the facility that stood here 12 years ago. Based on the documents from the police investigation.
I recreated the scene to show what it looked like when the police arrived at 7 a.m. the next day.
It appears a fair amount of snow had piled up here.
Yeah, I heard the footprints of the snow were prime evidence of this, prime pieces of evidence. The snow fell during the day, on the day of the incident.
So the snow only fell before the crime took place. Which means the footprints wouldn't have been erased by any further snow. must make sure to pay close attention to these footprints. Alright, it's investigation time. Woo! Let's take a look. So, this is the eyewitness of the president's kidnapping, Jack Cameron. What exactly did he witness?
I've recreated the state of his body based on the photos taken by the police.
It appears he was struck in the head from behind.
The murder weapon was a brick, right?
Jesus.
It looks like the ones from the garden.
The blood that flowed from his head is splattered all over the surroundings.
Here, take this. It's Mr. Cameron's autopsy report.
Alright, let's look around some more then. Jack Cameron was a freelance journalist. He was killed because he witnessed the president's kidnapping.
The blood really stands out in the recreation.
Even in the original photo, it looks brutal enough. A lot of blood was spilled. The back of his head is covered in blood. That's supposed to be where all the blood spilled from. Oh wait, we already. Oh, and he was also holding on to a button. Okay, we got that, I guess. Is this anything different? The victim was carrying a camera.
Oh! According to the case file, he seemed to only manage to take a single photo. Here it is.
This is...
Isn't that the president?
He's being held at gunpoint. This must be a scene the victim witnessed.
The person in the coat must be the kidnapper.
Indeed. Seems like some sort of disguise. If the logic of Agent Lang's father is correct, this person should be Patricia Rowland.
But why is there only one photo?
Perhaps she was killed before it could take any more. Brick moment!
You can find bricks like this all over the garden. They must have used one as a weapon.
Yeah. On the phone. Apparently Mr. Cameron gave his eyewitness testimony over the phone. After Cameron found the president, it seems that he called his girlfriend, but she didn't answer, so Cameron left a message. The tape is in the case files, too. Okay. Hello, Jill? Are you asleep already? In front of the facility now, but something's not right. President Huang is here, of all places. What's more? Oh crap, the light just went off. I can barely see a thing now. Can't believe it, but it almost looks like it. That sound at the end. It seems he was attacked while he was still on the phone.
Agent Lang, may I ask? What was the name of Mr. Cameron's beloved?
Pretty sure I heard her name was Jill Crane. Aw, damn.
Fuck!
Well, there's some more connective tissue for you, huh? This is why she was seeking revenge for 12 long years. Feelings and the items Miss Crane inherited from her beloved brought her to the auction. She had come to exact revenge on the conductor, Blaze. Yeah, but she was trying to get Blaze. Because, I don't know, she thought he was the kidnapper or something, or involved in some way, yeah. Anything else to look at around here? A flower bed?
According to his data, this facility had 3 gardens. Each of these gardens contained 3 flower beds.
The way these flower beds are lined up. Oh, shit. Wouldn't have even thought about that, but you're right. There's also a single flower there, yep. It's a lion lily. Lion lily originates from Asia. In language of flowers, the bond between the parent and child. Theming! Themes! Not much is common sense, you're simply lacking in your studies, Mr. Edgeworth. Anyway, yeah, before I forget, hold on, give me a sec. Am I right or am I right? Perhaps this is the true nature of the monster's footprints. Compare the positions of the 3 footprints in the 3 flower beds on the left. I'm not sure how they relate, but ah, shit. The exposed areas of dirt match the areas where the flower beds were.
So Blaze dug holes in front of where each of the 3 flower beds used to be.
Exactly. Now, why would he do such a thing? I believe we have a piece of evidence that tells us why. Why did Blaze dig holes in the ground near the flower beds? Laid to rest near the flower bed. Where's that letter? Where's that? Oh, wait, not the letter, the report. That something was laid to rest in front of the flower bed.
So Blaze was following Miss Rowland's instructions to dig it up? But why would he dig up those 3 holes?
The report didn't state which of the 3 flower beds the item was in front of.
Oh, so Blaze didn't know exactly where to dig. That's why he had to dig up all 3 spots.
Most likely, yes. I'm sure Blaze himself was none too happy about that. I wonder what he was trying to dig up. Alright. Oh. This pillar appears to be burnt.
According to the files, it seems there was a fire on the evening of the incident.
Fire?
Let's see here. Huh? Says that one of the children at the orphanage spilled kerosene and set it on fire as a prank.
Jesus. I guess that kid had far too much energy. Where do you get kerosene? And thanks to that, we can't make out any of the footprints near the main hall. Yeah, let me examine these footprints. I already checked this area. Oh. I was trying to get to the footprints, but like, okay. Seems like I can't do that here. They're very clearly 2 different sets, judging by how they're defined in that image. The footprints here seem to lead to and from the body.
These footprints were believed to be the culprits. Shoe size is about a size 7, that's fairly average. Seems you won't be able to tell who the culprit is from these footprints.
What about these ones?
These must be Mr. Cameron's footprints. Sure, some big feet. They look like a size 11.
Okay.
According to the data, his shoes match these footprints.
Okay. Anything else to look around at?
This bear-shaped igloo is both cute and scary at the same time. Hereby declared it's a bear glue.
As though this igloo could fit 3 people inside.
Yeah, I bet you could live up to 3 years in this bear glue.
3 years? What about the summertime? The igloo would melt.
Mr. Edgeworth, say that again. Say that one more time.
The igloo would melt. You got anything to say? Three flower beds and snow. Agent Lang, what's the matter? Something's strange. I wasn't able to read the files until now. Blaze had all access to that restricted.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I feel like I've seen this scene somewhere before.
What do you mean?
Where did I see this? Just remember.
He looks deep in thought. I should just leave him alone for a while. We've pretty much learned all that we can about the situation at the time of the murder.
Oh! In that case, is there another scene you'd like to recreate?
Yes. Would you do the honors? I'd like you to recreate the scene when the victim witnessed the president's kidnapping.
Right, I'll recreate the scene based on Mr. Cameron's photo.
Alrighty. Oh man, we got the blue people back. Mr. Cameron is standing in front of the middle of the flower beds.
And the president and his kidnapper are standing on the side of the road.
My old man based his initial investigation on this man's eyewitness testimony. As a result, it led him to believe the kidnapping and this facility were related. That's how he came to suspect the head of the orphanage.
Yeah. But in court, Blaze the Best treated this testimony as if it meant nothing.
Why would he do that? That's really fucked up.
The president and his kidnapper were not standing inside the orphanage grounds. So a connection between the orphanage and the kidnapping was difficult to prove. I see, it's not like they were inside the orphanage. It's not like they were seen inside the orphanage after all. No matter how much evidence the detectives gather at the crime scene, doesn't mean squat if the prosecutor won't use it in court. Blaze the Best had some kind of connection with Patricia Rowland. Figured they had some kind of deal going on. In other words, you think that Blaze was one of the kidnappers?
However, your father was convinced that Patricia Rowland was the culprit. Your father was a highly capable investigator, I presume. Might he have had some other basis for a conclusion besides the eyewitness testimony?
Yeah, I figured he did. But I have no idea what it was.
Vision Lang's father, Dai Lang. President Huang's most trusted confidant. The truth he discovered was suppressed by Blaze the Best. First, we must find that hidden truth. Okie dokie. But first... if we suppose that Blaze was one of the kidnappers, it becomes more likely the way he dug up yesterday is connected to the abduction. What is it?
I figured it out! It was treasure! Treasure! Couldn't Blaze have dug it up with dug up the ransom money?
$100 million ransom. Buried in the ground until the heat had died down. It's certainly possible.
I know, right?
Maybe. Yep. Alright, let's look around. Yo, head?
About this snowman. When we recreated the scene, it had already melted. Its scarf was all soggy and one of its button eyes was missing.
Indeed, at this stage it appears that most of its original form was still intact. Although there's one spot that looks unnaturally lacking.
Poor thing! I bet some naughty kid must have plucked it off. Although from a thief's perspective, that kid does have some promise.
Was it plucked off by one of the children? No. Perhaps it was taken by an entirely different person altogether. It was in that person, it was in Cameron's hand. Urethra! Snowman. Wouldn't you say it's missing something?
Its right eye is missing!
Precisely. And what's more, that missing eye happens to be in our possession.
The button that Mr. Cameron was holding on to. It's got the exact same design as the snowman's left eye.
If we assume that this button was indeed the snowman's eye, a huge contradiction arises. This button is the snowman's eye. What contradiction arises? The, location of the victim. The button was stained with blood, so he grabbed it after he was attacked. Cannot support his weight, and he collapsed while still grasping the button.
Huh? That means Mr. Cameron was near the snowman when he was attacked?
Indeed. At the very least, he must have been within arm's reach. However, it's quite clear that he would not have been able to reach it from his current position.
But Mr. Cameron's footprints only lead toward the flower bed.
Would be certain that those footprints really are Mr. Cameron's. James will need to investigate them one more time.
Understood. I'll recreate the time the body was discovered scene one more time.
Alright,
These footprints should match up with Mr. Cameron's shoes, right?
let's inspect them again. Okay.
Boop.
These shoes should match the footprints. However, seems like they were not the ones originally worn by the victim.
What do you mean?
If you look closely, you'll see that the laces were tied up strangely. And the size doesn't seem to fit quite right either.
I don't mean with these huge footprints leading up.
Were most likely made by someone other than the victim.
So the footprints leading to and from the victim's head must be Mr. Cameron's.
No, not necessarily. They seem a little too small to be the victim's footprints.
So none of the footprints are his? Then which way did Mr. Cameron walk from?
Quite simple. The victim did not walk here on his own accord, but rather he was carried here. Perhaps it was near a snowman after all. Well, let's go look over there where this sad sack of a snowman is. Highly likely he was killed near the snowman. Let's take a closer look. Oh, brick gone. Rest are all in order. It's strange this is the only one missing. Perhaps the missing brick was the one used as the murder weapon.
Ah, yeah, it seems to be just the right size to fit in that gap perfectly.
That's it. You know what to do. As I thought, it seems that the murder actually occurred near the snowman.
Both the button Mr. Cameron was holding and the murder weapon came from there.
Indeed. So if we assume that the killer picked up the brick near the snowman, and tried to sneak up behind Mr. Cameron...
Oh, Mr. Cameron totally would have seen the person picking up the brick.
Exactly. Okay, please update the recreation. Mr. Cameron was not in the middle of the flower beds, but near the snowman.
Okay, I'm on it.
Okay.
No matter how you look at it, this is strange.
All the people involved in the case are gathered in the same place.
Yo, bars?
Shut up.
Did we make a mistake or something?
One piece of evidence this recreation is based on is odd. Yo, One Piece? If I had to choose which piece of evidence is fake, piece of evidence is likely to be fake. Okay, had to trust my instinct a little there. Oh. Is this photo really taken by Mr. Cameron?
Huh? What do you mean?
We have proven that whoever killed Mr. Cameron also moved the body. What reason would they have to deliberately move his body? Perhaps the culprit wanted to falsify the scene that Mr. Cameron witnessed.
And that's why they took a fake photo?
They made the president stand under the streetlight and took a photo with Cameron's camera. Been quite simple.
that you mention it, Mr. Cameron's camera only had one photo in it, right?
Indeed. In all likelihood, the original roll of film had been removed from the camera. And after loading a new roll of film into the camera, the fake photo was taken.
I see. This photo must have been taken after Cameron was killed, right?
Exactly. This was not the scene Mr. Cameron actually witnessed. It's likely that this photo is forged evidence.
Then where did Mr. Cameron witness the president and his kidnapper?
The photo isn't the only piece of evidence that indicates what Mr. Cameron witnessed.
Ah, testimony you left on the answering machine.
Precisely. We should listen to the recording one more time and confirm what was said. Where else could the president and his kidnapper have been? Wait, that light's off too. He said something about the light being off. Yeah. Do I have to present like this? Or the base of it? Mr. Cameron said this on the answering machine. The light just went off. I can barely see a thing now. There are only two places here where the lights are broken.
The light by the orphanage!
Okay, could you please update the recreation?
Roger.
The kidnapper was near the orphanage.
Oh wait, the kidnapper was near the orphanage!
Indeed. With this, we've been shown the connection between the orphanage and the kidnapping. So that's why they moved the body and took a fake photo to create false testimony. In order to remove any suspicion towards the orphanage in court. With this, the state of the recreation has changed completely. The time the body was discovered scene has probably greatly been impacted as a result. Alright, let's check it out. Press Y. Right now.
Whoop! I've recreated the scene.
Okie dokie. Well, now there's just a weird-ass bloodstain here, huh? The blood splatter above the snow. There certainly was a substantial amount. It's almost as if the murder was actually committed here.
But Mr. Cameron should have been attacked near the snowman.
Exactly. In that case, this blood must belong to someone else.
What? But the police report said this was Mr. Cameron's blood.
The one in charge of this case was Blaze the Best. It would have been simple for him to falsify that information.
But wouldn't it be faster just to clean up the bloodstains rather than falsify the information?
He wouldn't be able to do that. Think about it. Blaze knew that Mr. Cameron's body would be discovered here, in which case the forensic department would naturally become involved.
Ah, a luminol reaction! They would have discovered it with the power of science!
Precisely. It would have been difficult to completely erase all traces of the blood. However, falsifying the results of a blood test would be much easier in comparison. We just have to switch the results from the forensic reports.
Oh, what a bummer. No one knows documents I read were falsified. It looks like Mr. Cameron's clothes are completely soaked in blood.
Blood scattered here got onto Cameron's clothes. That would mean, at the time, the bloodstains here had not dried yet.
I see. So then this certain somebody's blood was splattered here just a short while before Mr. Cameron was murdered.
Indeed, that's exactly right. However, if that's the case, wouldn't a new contradiction arise in this recreation? True, rubbish, true. This is a clear contradiction!
Huh? You mean this bloodstain?
Do you see how this bloodstain is broken up by the remains of the fire? This is proof that the fire occurred after the blood had scattered around the area.
Huh? But I thought the fire occurred before the murder.
It seems that the information is suspect as well. The fire had broken out after the murder.
Ugh. The child who started the fire should have seen the body and the bloodstains.
Why then did they not come forward as a witness? It's likely that would have put Blaze at a great disadvantage.
So we need to investigate the fire in more detail. Hey, you!
Yes, sir.
There should be some records of the fire in the police department under a different case file. I want you to bring me every last report about the fire.
Understood, Shifu.
Oh, and one more thing.
What is it, sir?
Contact the House of Lang and Zephyr. There should be evidence from this case in my old man's room.
What do you mean?
I just remembered why I recognize this scene. Long time ago, I saw a picture in my old man's room.
Drawing resembling this scene.
What'd you say? However, I think it looked like something a child drew.
Child? Notice may have been the culprit behind the fire.
It should still be somewhere in my old man's room. Have him send it over here.
Understood, sir. Whew, alright. Don't fire your gun at me. Oh, you're just changing the scene, okay. Shifu, I'm back. I brought the info of the fire the kid started and a photo of the drawing in your father's office. And also,
Oh, I've been waiting for this. Hurry up and hand him over.
information held by Agent Lang's father. Oh man, look at this.
This is it. It's exactly what I remembered.
This was the picture drawn by the child depicting the night of the incident.
It sure looks like it was drawn with a child's touch.
As I thought, the one who drew this was most likely a child who started the fire. Shifu.
What now? Sorry, but it's gonna have to wait. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Why do you think my old man had this?
Perhaps he obtained it during the course of the investigation into the incident. I don't know why he would have concealed it. Agent Lang, might I be able to see the details of the fire?
Yeah, sure.
Allow me to read it post-haste. The boy who started the fire snuck out of bed on the night of the incident. Seems this boy went missing several days later.
What? Don't tell me that he witnessed something he shouldn't have.
It's horrible! He was only a child after all.
Well, I'd hate for that to be the case. We can't rule out the possibility entirely.
Huh? Apparently the boy left some stuff behind at the orphanage and it was taken as evidence.
What's this? What's that doing here?
Mr. Prosecutor, do you recognize this?
Yes, I know one piece of evidence that's related to it. Yo? Oh boy. I was wondering when that extra horn was going to come into place. I don't know what it's doing here, but isn't that the missing horn from this Mozilla doll?
No way! You mean this came off the president's...
Know of it?
Yeah, I've noticed the president kept it close by as a decoration. I always thought it was strange how one of the horns was missing.
If you twist the horn, this doll will play back any previously recorded audio.
So if we put the missing horn back in place, we might be able to hear a different recording.
Indeed, it is possible. The doll is currently on the 51st floor of the Grand Tower.
Hey, you! You heard that, right?
Yes, sir. I'll be right back. Shifu, I've got it. The mighty Muzilla doll.
Well done. Give it to the prosecutor over there.
If we insert the horn via the orphanage into the doll...
It's a perfect fit.
Well, can you hear anything?
Mr. Huang, it's Amy. It's been a while. I saw the news that you would be coming to this country. I was really nervous about doing this, but I decided to send you a message. Please stop the playback!
Judge Courtney?
What's wrong? Stop it, now!
Oh, shit.
It's a boy, your son. He's just been born. I'm sorry, that's all I wanted to tell you. His name is John. John Marsh. It's a fine name for him, don't you think?
Oh, man. Oh, man.
Marsh? Did you say John? I'll be waiting in the courtyard of the orphanage at midnight on February 9th. Even if it's just once, I want John to be able to meet you. I'm sorry if I'm being selfish. I'll be waiting. No way. That was my... John. What's the meaning of this? It's Courtney. John is not my biological son.
Yeah, I was thinking that for a while. He had horns, you don't. I'm sorry.
He's adopted.
Did John know about this?
Of course he knew. John's mother, Amy Marsh, passed away about 5 years ago. She and I were cousins. Since we were young, we've always been really close. We were often mistaken for sisters. That's why when she passed away, I thought it was only natural that I look after John. Also, there were circumstances which prevented me from revealing his father's identity. Never even told John his father's name.
Now it's all been revealed, thanks to the recording on that doll.
Did John's mother send the doll to the president? Hey. John? Was President really my dad? Yes, he was. Before you were born, Amy worked as a diplomat in Zhengfa.
Diplomat? So that must be how she became acquainted with President Huang.
Hang on, didn't you tell me she worked at the orphanage? Yes. After returning to this country, Amy left a job as a diplomat. She always had great passion for charity work, so she began working at the orphanage.
Hey, Miss Courtney. This Amy girl, she called the president there herself, but she never showed up at the scene of the SS5 incident. What's with that?
Amy couldn't make it. Apparently someone had been following her the whole night.
Perhaps it was Blaze. I can't say for certain, but it's possible there was his doing.
After that, Amy never got another chance to see the president again.
So she died 5 years ago. Conversation must be painful for John.
Oh, right. Hey, John, you thirsty? How about I buy us both some juice? We can go together. I'm part of this too. I'll listen till the end. Besides, I can afford to buy my own juice. Ooh, shot down by a kid. John, do you understand the reason I met with the president 2 days ago? Secret meeting from 2 nights ago. I wanted to tell him about Amy's death and that you were alive and well. But I
see. That's why you couldn't tell us your reasons for meeting with the president until now.
I get it. You have had to reveal his connection with John. I bought a bouquet of lion lilies so he would understand I truly did know about Amy.
These flowers are a dear memory to the President and Amy. The first present she received from the President was a bouquet of lion lilies. But now, even he has passed away. If only he was still alive. Perhaps I could have introduced him to John.
Shifu, I'm sorry to interrupt this atmosphere, but there's something I need to say.
Oh, what is it now? Can't this wait?
Well, actually, there's been one last item that's been delivered here from Zhang Fa. I have here the President's will.
What?
The President's will? My old man received a great number of special medals from the President himself. In token of his trust, the President left his will in the protection of the Lang clan.
Ugh. This is...
Agent Lang, does that will have something to do with the current case?
You bet it does.
It says here, hereby acknowledge John Marsh as my own son.
What? John's name is in the President's will?
Are you certain that will was written by the President?
Yeah.
He entrusted it to the Lang clan even before the SS5 incident took place. You have to appraise it back home, but by the name of the Lang clan, this is the real deal. Agent Huang was the president of an entire nation. The existence of his son would have caused considerable controversy. However, he left behind a will just in case.
This makes it doubly sure.
Still can't believe it myself, but there's no room for doubt. John Marsh, you are
The son of Dijun Huang, president of Zhang Fa.
John!
John! Let me do my gay little run to chase after him. Oh my fucking god, that section was 2 hours long. Are you fucking kidding me? And they said middle part 1? Oh, fuck. I may have to take multiple breaks during this stream, but for all intents and purposes, I'm still gonna try to finish this tonight. Oh. But we'll see what happens. Jesus. Alright. I was skipping some shit in the middle there. Oof. Probably would have been a flat 2 hours if I didn't. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna take a break, get some water and stretch, but we will be back. See you in a bit. We're so back. Let's get into it. Save the progress. You know what else is gonna be peak? The rest of this case, hopefully. Hopefully I have enough water to help me through it. Let me drink right now.
John. So that guy was my dad.
He found out about his own birth so suddenly. And furthermore, his newfound father is no longer in this world.
I'd always been searching for my dad.
I get it, all right?
He's the president. I know it's a complicated situation. We even met face to face during the filming.
I'm sorry, but the fact that I just realized Lang is still wearing his shitty fucking sunglasses, if I'm reading his sprite correctly, while all this is going down.
So then why, huh? Why didn't he tell me who he really was?
I'm sorry, John. Mom, you don't need to apologize. No matter how you look at it, it's all my fault. Yesterday, I broke my promise with you and didn't even notice the fire on the roof. So I destroyed everything. I crushed it all. My dad and those flowers that my mom carefully grew. John, please, for now, just don't think about anything. Just stay like this for a little while. Just for a little while, okay?
The bond between a parent and child. That's the meaning behind lion lilies. Theming! I love themes! I love cohesion in my stories. I know it's not my style, but that flower's from Zhang Fa. However, we have no means of protecting that bond. Agent Lang, allow me to say this. The case won't be solved by sentimentality alone. Therefore, shouldn't we do all that we can to solve it? Yeah, you're right. Recreation of the past is finished. Were your father's deductions correct? My old man took his deductions to the grave. He never told anyone about them. So who knows if they were right or not? In that case, what about your own deductions? I would like to hear what you think happened based on the recreation. In order for us to get closer to the truth of 12 years ago. Yeah. I was thinking it's about time. I can see it now. My old man's back real close. I'll catch up to him for sure. To the truth that my old man uncovered. There's no mistake that the president went to the orphanage. The stuffed toy is proof of that. He was planning to meet Amy Marsh. However, the president was kidnapped, and Cameron just happened to witness it. If Cameron hadn't been there, it probably would have just been a kidnapping with no murder. Afterwards, the body was moved to the flower beds and a fake photo was taken. Is that really what happened 10, 12 years ago? Fuck. However, there's one thing that I still don't get. Something you don't get? It's this. Why do they need to take a fake photo? Why would they go through all that trouble and even make the president take part? That is true. However, the answers to that riddle must lie somewhere within. Once we get past the layers upon layers of deduction, we shall surely reach it. Yeah, that's right. I'd like to hear your deductions as well. Went to the orphanage. He's planning to meet with Amy. The president was kidnapped and Cameron just witnessed it. If Cameron hadn't been there, it probably would have just been a kidnapping with no murder. Is what I would say if I was an idiot. If the eyewitness Cameron had not been there, no murder would have taken place. Is that really the case? Yo, Bars, oh my god, you people need to focus on the actual case going on here. The criminal's goal was only to kidnap the president. If there were no witnesses, there would have been no need to commit murder, right? And what if Cameron wasn't the only one who was murdered? There was a large bloodstain near the flower beds. However, Cameron was murdered near the snowman. Ergo, this bloodstain could not have belonged to Cameron. Someone else's blood was spilled, and quite a vast amount at that. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, do you have any idea what you're saying? I do. It's hard to believe, however, that it's hard to believe, however, that is what the evidence indicates. On that night 12 years ago, there were 2 murders. Are you saying that the other murder was covered up? Just who in the heck could have been killed? Murder was cleverly concealed. All traces of it were erased. The incident itself was completely deleted from the files. But there's one thing. One piece of evidence that still remains intact after 12 years. The fucking drawing, dude. The other murder incident was buried in the dark by Blaise de Bess. There is one piece of evidence that remains. Survived by your father's hands. My old man, you say? Please recall. There was one more thing that was hidden along the traces of the murder. And that is the existence of the boy who caused the fire. Why did Blaise make the boy disappear? What the hell was he doing? It's because he saw something that he wasn't supposed to see.
What was the thing he wasn't supposed to see?
Everything is drawn in this picture. The drawing my old man had. person drawn on the right is most likely the president. And the person on the left has a dick and balls on their shirt. Wait a second. The Mozilla doll is also drawn near him. And the person standing opposite of him is... Anyway, yeah, that's... Dick! No, it's fucking... Oh my god, there's 3 pages of profiles here. It's Dogen. There's only one man here who's actually bald. A man with a knife and a large black dog. He is none other than Sirhan Dogen.
What? The assassin?
Why would an assassin appear before a president? The answer is clear. What occurred that night on the orphanage grounds 12 years ago is not a kidnapping. It was a presidential assassination. Oh man.
Then Miss Roland and Mr. Blaze were...
Yes, the two were likely partners in crime. God, look at this ugly fucking image of Blaze. Jesus Christ, he can never look good in anything ever. Oh my god. This old man will never be serving, no matter how hard he tries. Well, I mean, he'll be serving prison time, but you know, he's never anything else. One furnished the orphanage to use as the scene of the incident, and the other covered up the young boy's testimony. It's likely that Mr. Cameron was murdered because he witnessed the assassination himself. Exactly, Rubbish, exactly. After all, the kidnapping never actually happened.
Stop messing around! You're saying that the president was assassinated 12 years ago? We just found his body today. He's been alive up until now. That's right! I mean, we met him ourselves.
The president was assassinated 12 years ago, and the president's body was found today. That implied there were 2 presidents.
Yeah, and it can't be right.
Are you sure about that? There is the possibility that there were 2 presidents. That's right. Until now, I've been getting a strange feeling from the president.
Even so, I still respect the man. Zhangfa is a small country. He carried the nation with his strength.
The image of President Huang that Agent Lang described. You are wrong. I revealed his true form. Differs too greatly from the President Huang we knew. It's as if they were 2 entirely different people. There were, in fact, 2 Zhangfa presidents. Exactly how would such a scenario be possible? What would make the existence of the 2 presidents possible? Was one of them a body double? If we were to assume that one of them was a body double, would it be possible then?
A body double?
President Huang possessed immense power and authority in Zhangfa. I'm sure there were those who envied his position and made attempts on his life. Yes, just as he was attacked a few days ago at Gourd Lake. It's true. There were those who sought Huang's life from time to time. But I can't easily believe there were 2 presidents. At least not without any evidence. Have any evidence that proves there were 2 presidents? Kidnappers demanded a ransom. He confirmed on the evening the resident was at the embassy until midnight. Wait. Yeah. There we go. There we go. Has Agent Lang not noticed this contradiction? Or has he noticed it but can't admit it? Is he stupid?
What is it, Mr. Prosecutor? Don't shout something out only to suddenly clam up.
According to the recording on the doll, the president visited the orphanage at midnight. However, that should not have been possible.
Huh? Why's that?
Why? Because at the time, the president should have been at the embassy. He was together with Agent Lang's father. So, Agent Lang, you really did notice. He was in two places at the same time. Ergo, there must have been two presidents.
Whew! And which one of them two was the real president on that day 12 years ago?
Most likely the one who died.
Who contacted Dogen to murder Huang?
To learn that, first, let's have a look at the evidence that we proved was false earlier. Piece of evidence we know to be false. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, man! The photo taken with Cameron's camera after he was murdered. And he was murdered because he witnessed the presidential assassination. In other words, the photo must have been taken following the assassination. Given that, who is the president pictured in the fake photo? We must consider him to be the body double. Oh man, now 2/3 of this pick is going hard instead of just half.
In other words, the body double had the real president murdered and then took his place.
Mr. Roland and Blaze must have cooperated in that plan.
Hold it! Wang's body was never found. Just where could it have disappeared to?
The answer to that is already quite apparent. Oh wait, no way. Hold on. Whoa, 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 whoa! Last night, there was something Blaze had to unearth with his own two hands. That item was not a ransom. It was something far more important.
So Blaze unburied
the real president's body. The possibility is quite high.
What'd you say?
Dude, how is Blaze so terrible at everything? The bones from the body buried 12 years ago would have still remained. According to Mr. Powers, construction was to begin soon at this lot. That was the deadline, both for the movie and the retrieval of the body.
Because they would have found the body when they started the construction.
Agent Lang, let us search the footprints that Blaze dug up. Yeah. If the body was buried there, there'd be traces of it. Did he not get arrested? Is he stupid? I think maybe the police force is also a little stupid. If the body was buried there, there'd be traces of it.
Hey! Somebody call forensics!
Okay, a little is putting it lightly.
I have the results of the search. We found traces in the dirt that suggest the body was buried here.
So it was Huang after all.
We also recovered the skeletal remains that Blaze the Best dug up. They were in his home.
Bro was just hiding bones in his damn house. Well, I mean, I guess that shouldn't be surprising. He had a skull as his headlamp on his damn motorcycle. Corny ass.
In addition to the bone structure, the dental records and the bone fractures all match up. We can confirm there was indeed President Huang.
So the real President Huang was indeed killed 12 years ago. SS5 incident was a murder. That's real rubbish, that's real. A whole fucking new level on that front, yeah. Jesus.
So the SS5 incident was actually a murder incident. There's so much information, it's way too confusing.
Indeed. Let's take this opportunity to review the details of the case.
First, the real president came to the orphanage, right?
12 years ago, the true President Huang visited the orphanage in order to meet his son. The footsteps in the snow that we thought belonged to Mr. Cameron were most likely made by the president at the time. President Huang was supposed to meet his son there. However, the one who actually showed up was the assassin, Sirhan Dogen.
He came here to meet his son, but was murdered instead. How horrible.
Man like Dogen shows no mercy. After that, the second tragedy occurred.
You mean Mr. Cameron's murder?
Indeed, Mr. Cameron saw the decisive moment. After the real president was killed by Dogen, his body was carried to the rear courtyard by a team of kidnappers. Mr. Cameron must have witnessed that moment from the orphanage entrance. Although he himself had believed that he actually witnessed the kidnapping. Furthermore, by this time, the body double who had come up to meet with Blaze and Miss Rowland was already standing behind Mr. Cameron. And then the witness to the incident, Mr. Cameron,
Was killed by the body double. So was Mr. Cameron's corpse also carried by the body double?
yes, that seems likely.
But there wasn't anything at the crime scene that looked like the body double's footprints.
I've already figured that out. I've already figured out how we accomplished that. There's a piece of evidence that would make it possible. What did the body double use to move the body without leaving any footprints? The shoes? This is almost certainly how the body double carried Mr. Cameron's corpse. Mr. Cameron was killed. The president's body double carried him into the middle of the garden. I suspect the body double was wearing the same shoes as the real president at the time. He made sure to step precisely on top of the footprints left by the real president.
Since the shoes were the same, there would only be one set of footprints up behind in the snow. I think I got a pretty good grasp on the SS5 incident now. There's still one thing I don't get.
What's that?
Why did they need to stage the abduction?
Because Mr. Cameron witnessed the incident. He saw the president at the orphanage. He left behind witness testimony on Miss Crane's answering machine. Even Blaze couldn't make that disappear. Ergo, the body double needed a reason for the president to have been at the orphanage.
That's why they prepared the fake kidnapping charade.
People in the fake photo are the body double and most likely Patricia Rowland.
The person in the coat is Miss Rowland? What makes you say that?
The two would have to leave the orphanage in order to take the picture. Just like when he moved the body, the double used the real president's footprint.
Ah, so a second set of footprints must belong to the person in the coat.
Indeed, we originally believed that those footprints belonged to Cameron's killer. They were size 7, too small for Blaze's feet. Thus, we could presume that the person playing the part of the kidnapper was Patricia Rowland. Hidden in the shadow of the presidential kidnapping was a presidential assassination. I see. So that's why my old man... Why he... What?
The old man must have realized that a murder had taken place. After all, he had the kid's drawing. However, that picture was never presented as evidence.
Your father likely took it from the young witness during the investigation and hid it.
He had to have known that Huang was dead. But what if he had revealed that back then, eh?
Revealed the death of the president, the backbone of Zhang Fa, caused chaos.
And that's why my old man took the secret to his grave. He even took the blame for the kidnapping, knowing that would be the fall of the House of Lang.
So this is the truth that Agent Lang's father hid 12 years ago.
And now it's all become clear.
Is that really the case, I wonder? Huh? What? Who's there? Oh, hey. Right, you've been, like, out of prison for a bit, huh? So, Dogen! You! Why are you here? How can you just brazenly show up here? Who do you think you are, pal? I found the conversation most intriguing, and I just... well... Are you feeling nostalgic about an old murder of yours? You're the one who killed Huang! Nostalgia? I think not. You were speaking about the person I'm searching for. You're searching for someone? I escaped from prison in order to meet with a young acolyte. One who wore the red raincoat. The red raincoat?
Who is this person?
I suspect that's the same person as the mastermind you are searching for. Oh, fuck. The Red Hood.
Don't they seem surprised, Anubis? Yes, they are, my boy. 12 years ago, this young acolyte saved my life.
Oh man, we're really in it now.
Certainly it was I who killed President Huang. However, my life was also targeted on that day. The body double, Blaze, and Patricia all sought to seal my lips. Had I not been reunited with the young acolyte back then, I would have been in danger. But alas, even to this day, I do not know what has become of the young acolyte.
So your client was indeed the body double, who was the main perpetrator of the crime.
It was a long time ago, but I remember his words even now.
There have been countless attempts on my life, not just once or twice, countless. Yet why must I be the only one to face the danger? When I stand before the people, I garner the same respect as the president does. Tell me, just what is the difference between him and me?
Difference was great, while the voice and style of speech may be the same. One can mimic the body, but the heart cannot be reproduced.
Suppose his own weaknesses cost him in his quest to become a leader.
Now the Rook's gone, I'm in charge.
I'm not sure if you're as capable as Rook was.
Well, what are you saying? I'm totally the leader now.
Perhaps the king and his knights were not so different after all.
The double believed that the president's only weakness was a woman called Amy. To find the woman, he needed the assistance of someone from this country.
So he joined forces with Blaze. After determining his whereabouts, he simply waited for the right opportunity.
Chance came with the meeting at the orphanage.
Indeed.
The director of the orphanage was bribed and brought in as an accomplice. Also referring to Patricia.
Well, given what I've told you, do you realize the whereabouts of the young acolyte now?
I mean, the boy who saved you? But how do you know that he is the mastermind?
That day, the young one caused a fire at the garden of the orphanage.
You're talking about the kid who started the fire as a prank!
A prank? No, not at all. On that night 12 years ago, the young acolyte was hiding inside the igloo. It seems he witnessed Patricia and Blaze moving the body from his hiding place. Apparently, he heard them talking during that time. It would seem that they were planning to kill me because I knew the truth. Immediately came to the main hall to tell me that. I learned about the young acolyte sometime later. Seems he was wearing a red raincoat at the time. He led me out of the main hall. And then the young acolyte said he was going to get rid of our footprints. So we scattered some lamp oil, but no rope or bombs near the igloo over the snow. Then he boldly set the oil ablaze.
No way! So he set the fire in order to...
All their focus was diverted towards the burning flames. I took the opportunity to escape to the rear exit.
So, the boy in the red raincoat is the mastermind behind this case?
Exactly. Isn't that right, Anubis? Yes, boy, yes it is.
Oh boy. Reunited? So, when did you first meet him?
That would be 18 years ago, on the 24th of December. Almost Christmas, as it were.
Oh, don't say that. That is a rather long time ago.
On that day, our roles were reversed. I saved the young one's life. There was an unusual snowstorm on that day, and the temperature was well below freezing. I took Anubis for a walk through the snow. That's when Anubis noticed something and started running.
followed after him and found the car.
I had difficulty opening the door. It was frozen shut.
In the back seat, there were 2 young children, suffering from the cold.
2 children?
Had they remained in the car for an hour longer, they surely would have frozen to death. I brought the 2 of them to a nearby orphanage. Anything about...
I mean, of course there's something there. What concerns me is... Hold on. Yeah, fuck it, I thought. Hold on. The 24th of December, 18 years ago. Are you sure about that?
There is no mistake.
Could that mean... I forgot you were here.
I know. The significance behind that date.
That day, a certain incident occurred. A sculptor was murdered. During that incident, 2 young boys went missing. The sons of the victim, Isaac Dover, and the culprit, Dane Gustavia.
Never did find out where those 2 boys went after the case 18 years ago.
Oh.
They were the sons of a victim and a culprit. It all makes sense now.
What makes sense?
One of the youths was bound, so he could not move.
Mr. Dover did it so that Mr. Gustavia's son couldn't come to the contest venue.
Indeed. Gustavia is using his own son as a taste tester.
I think that was what transpired. Neither child seemed to recall what had happened.
They lost their memories.
The acolyte told me this when we were reunited 12 years ago. The pair were placed in an extreme situation, on the verge of freezing to death. A trauma led to them both suffering from amnesia. Neither could so much as remember his own name.
I didn't even know that they were the sons of Mr. Dover and Mr. Gustavia.
Indeed. While we cannot say it conclusively, the probability is quite high. Oh. We still don't have enough information to deduce the mastermind's identity. Dogen, would you please continue your story?
Very well. I continued my correspondence with the young acolyte even after entering prison. Recently, that has all come to an abrupt halt, however. Left me quite concerned.
Furthermore, those involved in the crime 12 years ago were all drawn into incidents one by one. I grew more and more curious, so I absconded briefly from the prison. Those involved 12 years ago were Patricia Rowland, placed the best in President Huang's body double. Shoutouts to the fucked up dogs. True.
And Miss Rowland was the warden of Mr. Dogen's prison.
I blackmailed the warden. A woman had tried to kill me. Perhaps the prosecutor has already deduced the reason.
You murdered President Huang. However, the world believed he was alive. If you were able to prove the president was a fake, both Patricia Rowland and Blaze the Best would have been in danger.
That is correct. And I had heard the proof of my own ears.
I'll be waiting in the courtyard of the orphanage at midnight on February 9th. Even if it's just once, I want John to be able to meet you. Sorry, but I'll be waiting. Might you be? My apologies, but I am presently waiting for someone.
I am well aware of that, President Huang. Are you not meeting with your son? However, I do not spill blood needlessly. You may relax. I seek only the president's life.
It can't be. Please wait, I am just about to meet my son for the first time. I'm sure this will be the first and the last time. Please, at least wait until we have finished.
I had thought the president would beg for his life, but he was of a different sort. Officially, the president had no son. However, he shook his head and said, this illegitimate son was his, and he intended to recognize him publicly. Furthermore, he claimed that he had already made preparations toward that. Would that son of his be the boy with horns over there by any chance?
Boy with horns? Wait, you can see John's horns?
There's no need to see them. From the moment I escaped prison until now, I have been closely lending an ear to your voices.
He said that the president made preparations towards recognizing his son. The word preparations alone would be insufficient for blackmail.
That's it! There was one thing that could prove Huang's words. The will held by the House of Lang. It was also proof of his trust in us. His son's existence would have been revealed to the world. The name on the recording, the mention of preparations in the will, and Zhang Together they suffice to make the warden bow to my words.
With those three pieces of information, one could prove the identity of the double
By using Chan. The president blocked the first stroke of my knife with something soft. As pieces of it fell atop the snow, I struck once more. This time, the blow proved fatal.
Dogan cut off the Muzilla doll's horn.
None but I heard his final words. Only myself and that child knew of the president's secret son.
I continued my correspondence even after entering prison. How?
That is correct. A post office box was used.
A post office box?
We would allow one to send and receive letters without revealing the recipient's location.
I cannot use a form of correspondence that would reveal the acolyte's location. There was someone keeping watch over my correspondences after all.
You must mean the prison warden, Mr. Rowland. Could you be more specific about the nature of your correspondences?
Well, there were mailing moves from my correspondence chess matches.
Correspondence chess? I recall you were playing against...
Mr. Knightley.
Wasn't it Horace Knightley?
We certainly found the correspondence chess memo in Knightley's cell.
Does that mean Knightley Boy was a kid from the IS-7 incident?
Could that really be true? Is there any evidence connecting Knightley to the IS-7 incident? Where's that box of his shit? Maybe there's something. Those are all that Knightley left behind. Could there be a clue hidden within? Wait.
This ring is... Aw, shit!
Mr. Edgeworth, what is it?
Mr. Shields, please take a look at this ring!
This pattern is... It's Pierre Huquet's!
I thought so. He had Mr. Dover's seal turned into a ring. However, why would he have this? Shouldn't it have been held by the police as evidence for the IS-7 incident?
After the incident, the seal was returned to the victim's next of kin. Mr. Dover's only family was his son. Since no one knew where the son had gone to, it took a while to get it to him. I'd heard that the police had finally found him and delivered his inheritance, but...
So the seal was thereby delivered safely to his son. And then he turned the seal into a ring and wore it on his person.
So, Mr. Knightley was Mr. Dover's son?
The police aren't fools. I'm sure they did a thorough check before handing over the seal.
If someone involved in the IS-7 incident was his chess opponent...
Knightley, huh? And that man must be the mastermind behind this case. But Knightley is dead. He cannot be involved in this incident.
How about that?
The only one who could be the mastermind was himself a murder victim. Yeah, fucked up little web we've got going here. It certainly is strange. If that's the case, then who is the culprit? Recently, all that has come to an abrupt halt. It left me quite concerned. Furthermore, those involved in the crime 12 years ago were all drawn into incidents one by one. I grew more and more curious, and so I absconded briefly from the prison. Writing letters in Braille can be a rather enjoyable pastime. Wait. I'm certain you said you wrote your letters in Braille. Correct. This good prosecutor must know that I am lacking in sight, do you not? The correspondence chess letter we found had been typed out using a word processor. What? That cannot be. What do you mean?
So someone went out of their way to retype the letters on a computer?
Could another person have acted as a middleman between Dogen and Knightley?
What do you mean?
Dogen wrote his letters in Braille. However, by the time it reached Knightley, it had been rewritten over a word processor. Must assume that some middleman rewrote those letters.
The reverse can also be said. That same somebody might have taken the letters Knightley wrote and re-delivered them to Dogen.
Yes, that is indeed true. Knightley and Dogen both communicated through a certain individual. Dogen, were the letters that reached you? They were in Braille, of course.
The Knightley boy's letters must have been transported by that same person as well.
Oh, then that somebody must be the mastermind behind this case.
You're saying there's someone else who's the mastermind behind this case? Then who the hell is it?
Dova's son Knightley is already deceased. In that case, there is one more youth that we should consider to be the mastermind.
You mean Dan Gustavia's son? Who the heck is he?
Knightley is Dova's son, then Gustavia's son must be the only friends either of us have had since childhood. He was the same as me. We never had real families. Could it really be him? Huh?
Mr. Edgeworth, what is it? You've gone all pale.
Figured it out. Titania, the mastermind, has been controlling this case from the shadows.
What? Who in the world is it?
I don't want to believe it myself, but it is someone we know quite well. The mastermind is... You lost me a little, I think. Okay, ruling it out. It can't be anyone on this page. Can't be anyone on this page. Is it? You're like the only one here who's not A, affiliated with a previous case, or B, well, okay, you were affiliated with the previous case, but also you're like the only one here who, like, we haven't, like, interacted with too much. Mastermind behind this case.
sent a letter to Jill Crane which deceived Blaze. Furthermore, he kidnapped John and eavesdropped on us. But of all his actions, the one I've not been able to get out of my mind is how he brought an unconscious Kay to the roof. Giant monster.
Huh? Did you just say something?
That's right. The key to exposing the mastermind is in the monster's true form.
I almost forgot. If you'd like, please come to our next show. I'll also be performing in it. Very Big Circus is always fabulous and fun for all ages.
Miss Swift, there is something I would like to ask of you.
What? You mean me?
You said that you recorded the sound of Mozilla spewing flames.
That's right. I ain't actually seen it with my own eyes, though.
Could you let us listen to the tape?
Sure thing. There we go.
The sound, it's as I thought. It seems that my reasoning was correct. The true nature of the monster and the mastermind. All of my logic is coming together. Miss Hart, you said that you captured a giant eye on film, did you not?
Sure did, right here in this photo.
Though we cannot confirm it like this. Detective Gumshoe, use your computer enhanced machine to fix it up.
Okay, but what do you want to analyze, sir?
This photo, please.
I'm on it!
Is there a new clue here? Hold on.
This is...
See? Ain't the Mozilla's eye right where I said it would be?
I see. I have firmly grasped the true form of the giant monster that was being controlled by the mastermind.
Giant monster? Are you admitting it? You are, aren't you? You're admitting that the mighty Mozilla is real.
No, this is not Mozilla. This is the eye of a different monster. Please, have a look at this.
It's a flyer for the Very Big Burkus. This is...
Precisely. There is a rather large balloon with the head of a lion pictured here. This balloon is the true identity of the giant monster. Okay. In addition, the sound Miss Swift recorded, which she believes to be Mozilla spewing flames.
Mr. Prosecutor, don't tell me you're gonna say something that'll shatter my dreams of a scoop.
Hot air balloons fly by using burners to heat the air, right, sir?
Precisely, Detective. The mastermind used this monster of his to bring Kay to the rooftop of the Grand Tower without using the elevator.
Wouldn't that mean that the mastermind is someone connected to the circus?
He's a member of the circus, Sniley's friend, and Dan Gustavia's son.
You'd thunk it.
An apprentice beast tamer? He's no amateur. Jesus Christ. For the beast he has tamed is none other than this entire case. Simon Keyes! He is the mastermind behind this whole incident! And he was just hiding in plain sight, huh?
Mr. Keyes was really behind it all? No way. I don't believe it. I mean, we trusted him. How could it all have been a lie? That's just heartbreaking.
Okay. What is it?
Hey, you! Stop! Where do you think you're going?
The boy with horns is rather perceptive. The good prosecutor has done a remarkable job. Now that I have heard that, I have no further business here.
Wait! Dogen! Oh, fuck! I'm being attacked by a PNG dog!
Damn it, where did he vanish to?
Mr. Edgeworth, are you okay?
Yes, I'm fine.
That guy,
John?
that Dogan guy, he's the one who killed my dad, right?
There is no question more difficult to answer. However, there's no use in denying the truth. Yes, John, you are correct.
He'll pay for this. I swear he's gonna pay. I'll make him pay myself. John, you mustn't finish that thought. Prosecutor Edgeworth, please pay us no mind.
Sir, I put out an APB on Dogan. All available police units will be searching for him.
You heard the man, kid. I don't mean to be heartless, but we need to hurry too. So, Mr. Prosecutor, where's the mastermind right now?
Agent Lang is right. Our top priority should be catching the mastermind. He said he would be practicing. He's most likely at the Berry Big Burkus tent. But first, Agent Lang, I have a request.
A request? What is it?
Now that we've identified the giant monster, our next order of business is to capture it. And when we arrive at the tent, I need you to locate that specific item post-haste. The detective asked you to perform a follow-up investigation on the kidnapping incident.
Roger that, sir.
Mr. Edgeworth, I want to help out too.
In that case, you'll be in charge of calling for backup. If he truly is the mastermind, we may require assistance from a certain someone. Met him so many times, his facade has fooled me into sympathy. Gotten the better of me in the past, but this time it's time to settle it once and for all. Oh, good God.
Woo, man.
Let me check real quick. Let me check real quick. Okay, there is one endpoint. There is one point on the end. I am going to take a break. But I think we are going to finish this today. We're going to go long, but we're going to finish this today. I need to take another break, though, if we're going to do that. So I will be back in a little bit. All right. Let's fucking get it. Oh, I should have expected that a bit more than I did, just to get immediately jump scared by the circus music.
Ah, Mr. Edgeworth.
Are you guys here for the show?
Mr. Keys, Miss Berry.
You're a little early. I'm sorry, but we're still getting ready. But I'm so happy you came. You remembered our promise.
Yes, I remembered. You asked us to come and see the show when you gave me this.
I'm so happy you came. Please enjoy yourselves. I'm sure my performance will surprise you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Your performance has already surprised me, Mr. Keys.
But he hasn't performed yet.
Regina, please have a look at this photo. Is this balloon the property of the Berry Big Burkus?
Ah, it is. Did you see it flying around somewhere?
It's highly likely this balloon was used by the culprit in the case we are investigating.
Huh?
Who is in charge of the balloon?
Well, that would be Simon, but are you saying...
Mr. Keys? You flew this balloon in the middle of the night, did you not?
I do occasionally practice alone at night. I'm not much of a pilot, though. I'm a little clumsy.
So for practice, you'll do something as challenging as flying a balloon at night. Wouldn't that be rather difficult for someone who is clumsy and not much of a pilot?
Then what do you think I was doing, Mr. Edgeworth?
You brought Kay to the roof of the Grand Tower in order to frame her for the murder of Jill Crane. Not a single security camera recorded Kay using the elevator. Therefore, the only way she could have gotten up there was through flight. The only one who could have flown her up there was you, Mr. Keys.
No way! Mr. Edgeworth, how could you say that?
That's not all. You drugged John at the garbage pickup and kidnapped him. Wasn't that why you were late when you came to watch the trial of Patricia Rowland?
No way! I have no idea what you're saying. There's no way I could do things like that. Please believe me. Mr. Edgeworth, please!
I wanted to believe you. However, you have broken that trust yourself.
That's horrible. Why would you say that? Didn't you once say that you would trust me? Did you believe in me?
Don't you worry about that. We're your allies. That's because we're like birds of a feather, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Man.
I'm so sad. Those words were all lies.
It wasn't a lie. We really did trust you.
Kay, even you? You said we were like birds of a feather, and yet... I'm hurt, Kay. You've hurt me deeply.
Oh. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, maybe Simon isn't a bad guy after all. I see. So that's how you operate. I understand now, all too well. No matter who you face, you will find an emotional weakness and exploit it.
You guide each person towards the outcome you desire without them even noticing it. That is how you're able to mastermind this entire case. I may have fallen for your tricks before, but not this time. Simon Keys, I indict you! Indict? I always fucking forget.
So it's come to this after all. You were always so full of confidence, Mr. Edgeworth. But I rather like that, because now I can rip that confidence to shreds.
Oh man, he's got the animals working on him. Oh man, fucked up an evil clown. Jesus Christ.
Good work, everyone.
Ugh. His personality's completely changed. So the animal tamer could not tame animals. That was a facade. This is the real Simon Keys.
Simon, that's not true, is it?
Truth or lie, what difference does it make?
Huh?
Mr. Edgeworth just made me a little upset, that's all. You'll take responsibility for upsetting me, right?
Oh man, we're in it. We're in it, dude.
It's true. I practiced with the balloon 2 nights ago.
See, this game right here is proving the point that all Ace Attorney heads who have played Justice for All know. The circus really is the root of all evil.
That photo must have been taken when the balloon and I passed near the building. I often fly around that area for advertising purposes. There's nothing unusual about that, right?
You often fly around the Grand Tower in the balloon.
Yeah. Even the circus needs to advertise.
Regina, is that true?
Yep, it was Simon's job to advertise using the balloon. Most people who live around here should have seen it.
That balloon was used in the crime we are investigating.
Like I said, it's just a coincidence. I simply happened to pass by the Grand Tower when that photo was taken.
I will say, though, Even as somebody who also believes, yes, the clown case is ass, I still find it very funny that, like, as a whole, I do think Justice for All is my favorite of the original trilogy still, despite that. Mostly carried by that final case, as you probably figured, but you know. I shall determine whether or not it was a coincidence after I hear your full story. I practiced with the balloon 2 nights ago. Was the balloon launched from this tent?
There's a nice big park near the Sunside Coliseum. I always launch the balloon there.
I see. In that case, how do you transport the balloon to the park?
Well, it's too heavy to carry by hand. It weighs several hundred pounds. And yet it can fly in the sky. Amazing, isn't it?
I asked you how you transported it, now answer the question.
I can't even make some small talk, you mean, Mr. Edgeworth. I used a truck. The balloon is loaded onto the back of the truck.
A truck?
Yeah, last time I took the truck and the balloon out was 2 days ago.
I can overlook that piece of testimony. There's only one truck we know. Truck you put by the balloon. The truck you put the balloon into. Was it blue by any chance?
Blue? So what if it is?
Today we saw a blue truck carrying a large basket. If that truck just so happened to be yours, then your claim that you used it 2 days ago becomes a lie. Oh hey. Agent Lane! Emma!
Mr. Edgeworth, I finally found you. I've been searching for you ever since the incident yesterday. I dashed right over after Kay contacted me just a little while ago.
Prosecutor Edgeworth. The thing you were looking for. I found it. It was placed in a blue truck in the dressing room parking lot.
Oops. A blue truck, as I suspected. That truck is, without a doubt, the one I saw today.
There are a number of blue trucks out there, you know? Who's to say you're not mistaking it for a different one?
It's definitely that one. I got a good look at it. Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, was that?
It wasn't me!
Okay, words have no strength without evidence to back them up.
That's Mr. Edgeworth's voice. Oh, fuck, I've been misreading that. Shit, fuck, what the hell?
Evidence! Present evidence! Do I have any evidence to prove that this was the truck I saw today? Why are you touching the truck? The truck is cold to the touch. Seems to have been parked here. You can just touch it. Hey, wait a minute. Emma is here. How convenient. I'd like to dust the truck for fingerprints.
Fingerprints? What for? I don't see any point in that.
A certain person's fingerprint should be left on that truck. These fingerprints will prove that truck was parked in front of the Grand Tower today. Whose fingerprints prove this truck was in front of the tower? Mine.
Edgeworth? Your fingerprints?
Indeed. Earlier today, I touched the truck at the plaza in front of the Grand Tower. I like to dust for my prints. Emma, might I request a scientific investigation?
That's what I'm here for. Just leave it to me. All right, we're all set. Go ahead, Mr. Edgeworth.
Wait, you want me to do it?
Of course. Who else but Edgeworth will be up to the task? Here, I'll show you how it's done.
All right then. You're the scientist, why don't you just do it yourself?
Sprinkle some aluminium powder over the area like this.
Touch the screen. And here, and then blow it. Oh man. Oh dude, I hope that my configuration for this shit still works. Emma, did you forget? Oh man, I need to cover this whole screen in crack cocaine. gang, we might have a problem. Hold on.
That should still be there. Yeah?
Oh, no. Hold on. Oh, man.
Oh, fuck! I might have gotten rid of the fucking file that I used to use for the mic! Oh, shit! Oh, fuck!
Hold on. I might have something else I can use just for this. Okay. Oh no. Oh, it might be over. Hold on. Oh no, never mind, we got it.
We got one! That's a nice clean fingerprint.
Thank God, dude. Let's run the prints against mine post haste.
Alright, just leave it to me. Those are definitely your fingerprints, Mr. Edgeworth.
Well, it seems that we have just proven your statement to be a lie.
Ugh! What were you doing when you were driving this truck around? Just, taking it for a joyride.
Kay was abducted 2 nights ago. Your balloon was sighted not far from the scene. Today, there was another kidnapping in which a garbage truck was used. Once again, your truck was seen nearby.
This all sounds like nothing more than a pure coincidence to me.
So it was pure coincidence that you parked near 2 separate kidnappings? I doubt that. You were involved in both, weren't you?
Isn't it a bit rash to automatically assume that the 2 kidnappings were connected?
And what if I had evidence to prove that the 2 crimes were performed by the same culprit?
Oh, you're serious? I can't wait to hear this.
What Kay and John's kidnappings have in common? They both went EP. Kay was knocked out with a powerful sleeping drug, and a bottle of sleeping drugs was found lying in the place where John was confined. The contents of the bottle were a match with the drugs used on Kay.
So that's all you've got, huh? And here I was, getting my hopes up. So the same sleeping drugs were used. So what? You think that connects the 2 incidents? Surely you must realize it yourself. That doesn't prove a thing.
Must be something. Evidence that proves he is connected to those cases.
The police, prosecutors, and even you, Mr. Edgeworth. In the end, you're all the same. You make up evidence as you see fit just so you can send some poor soul to prison. Isn't there someone like that here? A poor soul who was wrongly accused in the past?
You're wrong! Who would do such a thing?
Then show me the evidence! If you're going to accuse me of a crime, it's only natural.
It's no use. I can't seem to find any other threads linking him to the kidnapping.
Now then, you finally run out of ammo, Mr. Edgeworth? I still have preparations to make at the circus, so if you'll excuse me. Now, you 2. No need to get so heated. And Simon, you're looking good in that clown makeup.
Okay.
Hey, what's your deal? Don't just butt in like that. Uncle Ray's not so good in such a stiff environment. I mean, why so serious, right?
Come on. I don't have the booing sound on hand.
Okay, how about a little trick? At last, my moment has arrived. The Great K Faraday presents a Simon impression. Objection!
Why you? Enough already! Hey Miles, I'm buying you some time to get all your ducks in a row. There's probably a better way to stall for time than this, but whatevs. Woo! Nice one, Kay!
I'm not so sure about this method either. I have to find something that connects Simon to the case. I need to find it now. Is there evidence not related to the kidnapping that's connected to the mastermind's identity? That's it. Mastermind is the same person as the young acolyte Durgan was looking for. If I just connect it to Simon. Would be the, where is it? Oh my god, we're on our 5th page of evidence, people. Anyway, it's the chess memo, isn't it? Knightley and Dogan both communicated through a certain individual. Somebody must be the mastermind behind the case. That's it! The mastermind played a role in the correspondence chess. If I can prove that it was Simon, then...
That's enough! I can't stomach any more of your sorry excuses for a performance. You have no more objections, and I ask that you let me get back to preparing for the show.
Thank you for your help, Mr. Shields, though you may have taken it a little too far.
You sure look happy. I take it you found something. Look at me, I'm Simon. Simon's a clown. Zefani's a clown.
Okay, you can stop now. Now then, Mr. Keys, do you happen to like chess? I almost misread that as, do you happen to like cheese?
That was a rather out of the blue question. But since you asked, I can't say that I dislike chess.
The mastermind played correspondence chess with Sirhan Dogan.
If I recall, it was Knightley who had been playing chess with Dogan, wasn't it? Are you saying that he was the mastermind?
There was no way Knightley could have been the mastermind. The reason being, the mastermind had continued to work behind the scenes even after Knightley's death. That being the case, who could have written this letter? I believe somebody acted as the middleman between the two.
So you're saying that you think I'm the middleman? It's just, why would I have to go through all the trouble and do something like that?
Most likely to make it appear as if there was a connection between Knightley and Dogan. And as a result, Knightley was killed by Patricia.
No way! Are you saying it was all set up so that he would be killed by her? What are you saying? There's no way I could manipulate a person that far. Look at me. It takes all I have just to get the animals to perform tricks!
Only just a scrap of the letters he exchanged with Knightley still remained. Need decisive evidence! I'd like to investigate your room. That could be the...
If it's the letters you're looking for, you won't find any in there.
What?
I'm the type of guy who throws away his letters as soon as he's done reading them. Where's the point in living in the past?
Does that mean he's already gotten rid of the evidence?
Mr. Edgeworth, everything you've said so far has been nothing more than baseless conjecture.
The evidence. I'm just one step behind it. What should I do? Am I out of moves?
Without evidence, I won't allow you to cast doubt on my friendship with Knightley.
Who was that?
Excuse me.
Miss Barry? On her mind.
I've been listening in on what you are all saying, and, When you say Mr. Knightley, you mean Simon's friend Knightley, right?
Yes, that's correct. Does she know something?
This morning, a letter arrived from Mr. Knightley. It was for Simon.
What?
What did you say?
But that's impossible. Knightley's already dead. Miss Barry, please let me see that letter.
Okay, here you go. Quick, open it! This is a correspondence chess letter. This is the response to Dogen's last move.
You see the path to a checkmate. I can't wait to see the look on your face. You weren't expecting to lose chess against me, right? Postmark says March 26th, the day before Knightley's death. Seems the letter arrived late.
This circus moves around so much, a lot of the mail people send us arrive late.
Now, why was this letter addressed to you? This is proof that you were the middleman between Dogen and Knightley. Normally, you would just inscribe this letter into Braille before sending it to Dogen. And in doing so, you create a connection between him and Knightley.
Damn it! Curse you, Knightley! Why must you continue to interfere?
Simon, why? Wasn't Knightley your only friend?
Don't be ridiculous. I stopped thinking of him as a friend 18 years ago.
18 years ago? In the day of the IS-7 incident?
Thanks to Knightley, I nearly died that day of the snowstorm. While I was on my way to the contest venue, where my father was waiting, Knightley suddenly appeared. He held me down, tied up my hands and feet, and with tears streaming down his face. He kept apologizing. My dad's too scary. I can't disobey him. Please forgive me. I'm sorry.
Oh, fuck. If I'm not there, Dad will be in trouble. We'll let everyone know my dad's desserts are the best in the world. Oh, shit.
After that, he locked us inside a car. So cold I could see my own breath. Before we knew it, the doors had frozen shut and not even he could get them open. And then, I lost my father.
What? Your father?
Horace Knightley was the son of the murderer who killed my father!
What could this mean? This confession runs contrary to the information we have.
But the name of the victim in the IS-7 incident was Isaac Dover.
Isaac Dover is my father's name, you know?
Seeing them side by side like this now, it's like, yeah, no, I see the resemblance.
18 years ago, my memories were muddled from the shock of my near-death experience. So it wasn't until later that I learned the truth. On that day, my father was murdered.
The culprit of the IS-7 incident was a confectioner by the name of Dan Gustavia.
So that was the name of Knightley's father. The low-life scum of the earth killed my father. Just the thought of it makes me sick.
So you knew who the culprit was all along?
Ah! Of course not! Had I known, I would have tipped off the police a long time ago. All I knew was that Knightley's father was trying to set up my own. That's why I immediately knew that the one who died that day was my dad. Knightley had a hand in my father's murder. That traitor! He is the son of a killer! It's only natural that he ended up dead.
It would appear that you are the victim of a very serious misunderstanding.
Misunderstanding? What are you talking about?
Isaac Dover. At the time, he was actively working as a sculptor in France, under the name Pierre Huquet.
Is that right? Well, I'm sorry to say, I don't remember that at all.
It's only natural you don't remember. After all, he's not your real father.
Huh? What, is that supposed to be a joke? I'm not amused.
You won't be able to laugh at all once I reveal the truth to you. This piece of evidence proves that you are not Isaac Dover's son. Where is it?
What's that? Isn't that Knightley's chessboard in his ring?
I want you to take a good look at this ring's design.
There are 2 letters inscribed in it.
That is the seal Pierre Huquet uses his signature. 18 years ago, it was found lying near the body of Isaac Dover.
Why would Knightley have my father's memento with him?
Police had found Isaac Dover's son and gave it to him. Isaac Dover's real son is Horace Knightley.
What? But that means I'm...
In other words, you are Dane Gustavia's son. Well, shit, I take back what I said about the resemblance. Fuck me.
That's a lie! After all, I'm... My father is... My memories are... I lost my father because Knightley locked me up in the car. That's why I thought it would be fitting if he were killed as well.
Really? I'll be able to see a circus show even in prison? I enjoy playing chess with you, but I'm looking forward to your performance as well.
Yes, please look forward to it.
Alright, you better drop by again. I'll be thinking about my next move.
Oh yeah, I left something special inside that chessboard for you. You should check it out later.
Something special? I'm not quite sure what you mean, but thanks. I owe you one, Simon.
If only you hadn't stopped me 18 years ago. Wouldn't have had to come to this.
Huh? Did you say something?
Nope, not a word. Goodbye, Horace.
After all that, you're saying it was my father who killed Knightley's? Then that means... Was it all for nothing? I didn't want to become some weakling who'd be killed by anyone. That's why I thought I'd follow in Mr. Dogan's footsteps.
This finally proves it. Simon Keyes, you are Dogan's correspondence chess partner and the mastermind behind this case.
That's right, it was me. I'm the mastermind behind it all.
He's finally showing his true colors.
As you all know, I witnessed the incident 12 years ago.
President Huang's assassination. But the child who drew that picture was Simon Keyes.
When I was found out, I was subjected to horrible interrogation over and over by that heartless Patricia. I'd spend nights trembling in my bed, terrified of what the next day would bring. I'm sure you can understand why I'd want to sneak out of there, right?
However, Blaze would have likely sent pursuers after you.
Exactly. I was on the run from them every waking moment, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year.
Only 65 days a year.
I couldn't even sleep at night. I'd jump at the slightest noise. And that's why I became a circus performer. Blaze the best. The chief prosecutor. Trisha Rowland was the warden of the prison. No ordinary person would be a match for those two. There were no adults I could rely on. Furthermore, behind the scenes was the body double who had set those two in motion. Oh, it was a fake. I was up against a nation's president. Talk about utter despair, am I right? My only ally was Mr. Dogan. Saved my life, after all. He actually helped me out, unlike Knightley.
The story is true. Ironic. Dogan, the fiendish assassin, was idolized by the child he saved.
If I followed in his footsteps, I'd no longer have to worry about being eaten alive. That's right. Now it's my turn to devour those who feed upon me.
And I suppose you never thought to seek help from the police.
No way, no way. As long as Blaze was around, any evidence would be destroyed by him. Actually, didn't something like that almost happen during Patricia's trial? I knew from the very beginning that things would turn out like this.
The evidence from Patricia Rowland's trial. So he's saying that he expected the evidence to be destroyed. I see. So that's why you kidnapped John. To force a guilty verdict, even in the absence of evidence.
Who's to say? But in order to expose the crimes of 12 years ago, there was no other choice.
According to you, whoever Blaze also attempted to kidnap John in order to manipulate the trial in his favor. Your methods are no different than those of the people you so despise.
That's only if I were actually the kidnapper. But I would never do anything so evil. No way, I just simply couldn't. Besides, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm actually quite thankful to the real criminals for giving me the opportunity to extract such sweet revenge.
So you admit it. Your motive was revenge.
Yeah, I admit it. So what? Sure, I held a grudge against those creeps. But it's not like I am the one who actually killed them, you know? Truth be told, all I did was send some letters. I let Jill in on Blaze's secrets and Blaze in on Jill's. And then, the two simply ended up trying to kill each other.
Do you mean to say the murder was nothing more than a result of that?
Yep! Just like the case at Gourd Lake, it's way easier than trying to control wild animals. All I did was come up with the fake assassination plan for Knightley.
Oh man, I forgot about Squarehead. That was also a part of his plan. Shoutouts to Squarehead, for real, for real. If that's the case, then Rook's murder was also your... Oh right, that's Rook.
Whoa! Don't try to pin that on me! Knightley killed them all on his own. Well, it ended up creating the perfect opportunity for me. It's funny how things work out.
How can you say such a thing?
It was the same for Patricia Rowland. I made it look like there was a connection between Knightley and Dogan by using the correspondence chess match between the chisel and the chessboard.
What? You mean to say you were the one who prepared that chisel?
That's right! I thought it would bring Dogan to mind. Quite a thoughtful little gift, wouldn't you agree? And that was all it took to get Patricia to murder Knightley. Oh, the feeling that everyone around you is an enemy. I know it all too well. The tiniest spark can set off an explosion of fear, resulting in horrific mutual destruction. All I did was watch the comedy of errors unfold from the audience. And you were my final pawn, Mr. Edgeworth.
Pawn?
When you solved their cases and brought both Blaze and Patricia to their ruin, and the weapon that delivered the coup de grace was your own logic.
I didn't solve those cases for your sake.
Oh, I know. You never really cared about saving me. You just wanted to pretend to be a defense attorney, didn't you?
Did you?
All I had to do was go, no way, and act all scared. And you totally believed me. You were giving it your all, trying to save me.
Even your arrest was just a ploy to make me use my logic.
To be fair, getting arrested wasn't part of the plan. When people began to suspect the chisel I sent was the murder weapon, honestly, I broke out in a cold sweat. I thought for sure it'd be curtains for me. But then the turnabout of miraculous proportions. The genius prosecutor himself had come to my rescue. Well, doesn't it feel nice to be thanked by me, the one that you saved? You should be grateful. I gave it his chance to play the ace attorney. Investigations 2, Prosecutor's Path.
You're wrong! He wasn't pretending to be a defense attorney. Mr. Edgeworth is always serious about saving people. Even the times when he saved me in the past.
Hey.
Is that so? Are you sure he's not just trying to emulate his own father, the one he admires so much?
Absolutely not. That's not true at all.
Now, Kay. The person he's talking about now isn't Miles, but rather Simon himself. Clearly, he's not able to trust others. The desire to save someone other than himself is something he can't even comprehend.
Say what you want, but make sure you think about it long and hard. Sure, all my targets for revenge got what they deserved in the end. However...
Oh, man.
Think about it. Can any one of my actions really be considered a crime? I instigated murder. There's not a single word about that in the letter, is there? If I had said the word kill even once, I guess it could be considered instigation. Well, maybe I did say it. But there's no way for you to prove it.
What are you saying? You kidnapped me.
I'm sorry, but that hasn't been proven yet, has it? The only thing I admitted to was sending the letters.
That's...
Besides, those letters contain no threats or coercions. I simply conveyed information. Information that each recipient would find beneficial.
You crafty little bitch.
Can't we do something about it? What was it he said? Integrating murder?
Instigating murder is when somebody directs someone else to commit murder. The person who directed the murder can be charged as if he committed the crime himself.
So we just have to find proof that he directed those murders.
Make it sound so easy. To be honest, it kind of pisses me off a little. You're all trying to frame an innocent person for murder. Don't you understand? I'm not obligated to waste any more time on this pointless discussion. The police are waiting for you outside this tent. You have nowhere to run. Really now? You think I wouldn't have an escape route prepared? I'm going to ride this pig. No, wait. No, I'm not. For example, let's say I gave an order so that all the animals here attacked you. Now, what if I were to take my leave during that ensuing chaos?
So what, I'm gonna be mauled by a squirrel? And like 15 other animals, I guess.
What'd you say? You can't be serious. It was just an example. Wouldn't that make for an interesting show? Here's another idea. What if I pulled out a hidden gun and took John hostage? That might be more exciting.
I will never allow you to do such a thing. Can't tell whether or not Simon is being serious. However, when it comes to him, we should consider anything a possibility.
You continue to bore me with your drivel. End the show right here. I'd like you to keep that in mind before you make any baseless objections.
I cannot make any careless remarks. Oh man, just like the other clown case, the one that sucked ass. Is there some way I can charge him with his crimes? Could any one of my actions really be considered a crime? I instigated murder. There's not a single word about that in the letter, is there? If I said the word kill, I guess it could be considered instigation. Maybe I did say it, but there's no way for you to prove it. Worth a shot. It is my firm conviction that you instigated the murders. After all, you told me so yourself. That should let you in on this. I was the one who ordered Blaze the Best to kill Jill. What?
Did I say that? I really don't remember.
You may think you can deceive us, as you can deceive us as much as you want. But unfortunately for you,
Unfortunately,
you used a bug to eavesdrop on our conversations. But there was someone else who wiretapped that bug of yours and recorded the whole thing.
It was recorded? In other words, the conversation between you and that clown was recorded on that tape. Langzy says, a schemer drowns in his own schemes, and this is what he meant.
Miss Swift, I'd like to listen to your tape.
Roger. That's right about here. Mr. Edgeworth, Judge Courtney's cell phone was ringing.
Who is this? Are you the person who ambushed Kay?
Mr. Edgeworth, I want to listen on this too.
Very well. Here's where it starts. I must say, I'm not doing the voice I did again there.
Huh? That's odd.
What's wrong?
Well, there ain't nothing recorded past this point.
What?
Why? Why was it recorded? Too bad, so sad. Did you really think I'd leave behind any incriminating evidence? The book I planted as a special feature. It can be turned on and off with a remote control. What? That sort of thing exists? Certainly, remote-controlled listening devices do exist. However, are you saying you switched off the device that your own voice would not be recorded? Precisely! Impossible! You couldn't have done that unless you knew you were being recorded. Isn't it obvious I knew? I guess you just don't get it. You could call it a hunch. I had a feeling I was being wiretapped. Miss Swift, was it? I figured things out because you knew about the kidnapping.
Oh, tell me. You were listening in on that conversation?
That's right! Though, come to think of it, I'm surprised you didn't realize it until now. Some genius prosecutor you turned out to be, Mr. Edgeworth! Oh my! What was the end result of all this? Since you don't have any proof of the instigation charges, it's game over. Mr. Prosecutor, was our recording no help to you at all? Is there something, anything at all in my recording?
Miss Swift.
Okay. Yes? The bug was planted in your badge, right? You have any ideas? How do you expect me to come up with an answer right off the top of my head? You were the only one who came into contact with the culprit. How unsightly. You're all fussing over useless evidence. Let's move on to the next topic. Next!
What's this? He seems a bit eager to change the topic of conversation. Kay came into contact with Simon. If any sound was recorded at the time when she was with the culprit. Miss Swift, how long have you been recording?
Since 2 nights ago, I reckon. Also, I've been meaning to ask this. Why the fuck does she have a bear trap on her backpack?
Since 2 nights ago. In that case, when could a conversation with Simon possibly have been recorded? 2 nights ago. 2 nights ago, Simon brought Kay to the roof. We listened into the recording from that time frame. Miss Swift, please let us listen to the recording from 2 nights ago.
Huh? Okie dokie.
Like, I thought it was just a design thing, but like, looking at it closely, no, that is deadass a whole bear trap on her backpack, huh?
This is the sound of a hot air balloon.
That's right. At the time, Simon was carrying Kay in a hot air balloon. Ergo, he was near Kay. Isn't there anything recorded? It even snapshot when she got surprised. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't think about it until now either, really.
That was a gunshot!
It seems you were quick to deactivate the bug. However, you were a little too late. You can't run anymore. That gunshot ties you to the case.
Huh? What are you saying? There's no gun involved in this case, is there?
No. Should be someone connected to the case who fired a gun. Let's strike with the evidence that points to that person. Which piece of evidence connects to the gunshot? Connects the gunshot to the case. There is gunpowder on him, right? It's written right here in the body double's autopsy report. Gunpowder residue was detected on his right hand. Where was Kay at the time this gunshot was recorded? That's right. She was being carried to the roof of the Grand Tower in your balloon. As it turned out, there were few more people on that very same rooftop at the time.
You mean the double and me? Certainly, after we talked for a brief moment. The body double noticed something and had me leave before him.
Now, what if the gunshot rang out after that? We can clearly hear it in the recording. I doubt that you wouldn't have noticed it. Do you intend to feign ignorance until the very end?
That's nothing more than mere conjecture.
What we just heard on the recording was not a gunshot. If you listen closely, you can hear the bullet hitting something.
The body double was aiming at Simon, then the bullet may have struck which piece of evidence? Maybe. The body double likely fired the gun at the balloon. If we assume that the bullet hit something, it would have to be the balloon's basket.
Let's examine it immediately.
Alrighty. Wow. Bap. This hole!
It's a bullet hole!
A bullet hole was found in the basket. You'll be able to talk your way out of this one. How do you intend to explain the gunshot and bullet hole?
So you figured it out. You're good. I guess it's impossible to hide anything from you. Spit it out already! Okay, no need to be impatient. It happened when I was riding the balloon to the rooftop. I saw the body double and you, Miss Courtney, on the roof. Talk about a surprise. Only the double noticed me. He told Miss Courtney to leave ahead of him. He pointed a gun at me and fired.
Why do you want to shoot down the balloon?
It's simple. The body double had intended to kill Miss Courtney.
Kill me?
That's right! You talked to the double about John, didn't you? Well, it's not like the body double would have met you otherwise. From his point of view, it was like showing him evidence that he was a fake.
You mean he was afraid of Judge Courtney because she knew about John's past?
Afraid, that's exactly right. That body double was a coward after all. I even remember how his hands were trembling when he fired that gun at my balloon. Are we all clear now? I was only there by chance, just a friendly witness who was passing by.
Ooh, Jesus. The bullet struck the balloon's basket cleanly.
I panicked and quickly tried to get away so he wouldn't shoot me down, but talk about a close call.
You said you tried to get away right then.
That's right. Is there a problem?
Is there a problem with his statements? No shit. You must have placed Kay on the rooftop. You couldn't have gotten away before then, correct?
Yeah, that's right. I forgot. As the body double fired one shot, he entered the huts to the second floor. I looked around for a bit and then landed on the roof.
Please have that statement to your testimony.
Sure, I don't mind.
After the double fired one shot, he entered the hatch to the 51st floor. Wait, hold on. Didn't you have some? Yeah, nobody passed through the storeroom. Hold on. Bitch, ratio. Once again, you lied.
Lied?
The body double could not have entered the storeroom on the 51st floor 2 nights ago. Miss Hart's testimony proves it.
What? How can you trust that sham journalist testimony?
What'd you say? You can't insult my mentor like that.
Look, she may be a little bit of a fraud when it comes to, like, seeking out scoops. When she has info, it's, you know, it's typically reliable when she actually gets the fucking info. Just her hunches are bad.
2 nights ago, that lady was staking out the 51st floor. Given that, just how did that body double leave the roof?
Indeed, that is what we must now prove. He did not use the elevator or the 51st floor to leave the roof. And only one route remains. The body double. Why are you? You literally just gave me a diagram. You could have just had me point to it on the diagram. The body double flew.
He flew?
Simon Keys, he rode in your balloon. Hey, stop joking around. Why would I have needed to give the body double a lift?
The elevator had a security camera. The 51st floor was being watched by Miss Hart. Your balloon was the only way the body double could have left the room.
At the circus, we often perform dangerous stunts in order to surprise the audience. You think you've got me cornered? Sorry, but this show ends here.
What?
Hey, you! Lotto, was it? I'd like to ask you something. Are you saying you stood watch on the 51st floor the entire time, without any breaks?
Well, reckon course, there ain't no mistakes in my testimony.
Really now? But didn't the sound of Mr. Edgeworth's assistant falling into the storeroom cause you to faint?
I didn't mention it before, but after that I might have dozed off a little. To be more precise, I, fainted? Well, something like that.
So, something did happen? Miss Hart, I've determined the sound that made you faint. It's like the sound of Kay falling onto the floor.
What's your point? Nobody's perfect.
Look at her, Mr. Edgeworth. That's the kind of person you're relying on.
Kay fell into the storeroom after the body double had left the roof.
In that case, I have a theory on how things happen. After that cowardly body double fired a shot at me, he went and hid under the shadows until Kay fell into the storeroom.
What?
if he was hiding?
Good grief, you guys still haven't noticed.
What if the body double stayed hidden until Lana had fainted? And then you went down to the 51st floor.
That can't be. Precisely. The locked room mystery on the roof has been unlocked. Oh, he even said it in my voice.
Yeah! But wait, there's more. I told the hidden body double about John Marsh. That's why he attacked John the next day during practice, but got himself killed instead. In other words, the one who murdered the body double was none other than John.
John had no motive to kill the body double.
He knew he was the real president's son.
And how would he have known that?
Because I told him so. In a letter.
What did you say?
That is a lie.
Yep, it's all a lie.
Huh?
But then again, maybe not. Maybe I really did tell him. Right, John?
It's true that I caused Muzilla's head to fall. But I didn't know about my dad until today. I'm not lying.
Oh, really? I wonder about that. I found out about the head falling thanks to the bug. Now, if you were the one who caused it to fall, then the body double was crushed to death. That settles it. You're the culprit. You successfully carried out your revenge. Congratulations. All the pieces of the puzzle are now in place. As Mr. Edgeworth would say,
The logic fits. Now then, any rebuttals? Oh man.
manipulating humans into fighting with each other. Sounds just like me, right? I did the same thing to Knightley and Blaze. At any rate, there's no way the Bi-Double could have given for a ride in my balloon. The double was crushed by the monster's head, right? And who was it that caused the monster's head to fall? Do you understand now who the Bi-Double's real killer is? The truth that I provided them gave them a big motive for murder. Get it? Those two tried to kill each other because of the truth you're so fond of.
Impossible.
Hey, you detectives over there, hurry up and arrest this murderer. What's wrong? Why aren't you moving? Damn. I thought so. Just admit it. In the end, aren't you all the same as Blaze and the Body Double? I'm suspect and come after me without any evidence. How easily it can be distorted to suit your needs, this law you all believe in.
That is by no means true.
If you're not going to arrest anyone, maybe I should have a talk with the policeman outside. If I tell them that John Marsh is the killer, they'll be forced to take action.
I actually wouldn't put it past the police to just arrest the child. Simon Keys, your testimony isn't over yet. I was gonna be like, you're insane, but no, actually, no, they would, huh?
Really? I figured you'd try to stop me, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't have any evidence, do you? Which means there's no chance for you to win, right? But you still plan to stop me. You should be prepared to take on this much risk.
Oh, fuck. What? That much?
It's only natural. After all, the fate of the true culprit, John Marsh, is at stake here.
Hey, Miles. Why don't you take a nice deep breath?
Mr. Shields?
At times like this, you should take a breather and think back. Defense attorneys always remain calm in a pinch and smile in the face of danger. The point of contention between your logic and his claims lies in the body double's escape route. How about, for example, we think of it like this. What's important isn't whether or not the body double got in a balloon, but rather, if we were to assume he did, what circumstances would have allowed for that?
How am I thinking around? Papa!
Well, all I'm doing is a cheap imitation of your old man. Did it help?
Circumstance that would have allowed the body double to get on the balloon. Oh, so he's 13. Nuh-uh. That's right. The body double not only had a large build, but he also had a gun. In spite of that, no traces of sleeping drugs were found in his system. Which means... it can't be.
Mr. Edgeworth, are you ready yet? Hope you haven't forgotten about this.
Ooh, this is bad. I must break his testimony somehow. I'm scared. Allow me to propose a question. Was the double really crushed beneath the monster's head?
For a genius prosecutor, you are quick to withdraw your previous statements. Weren't you the one who deduced that he was crushed by the monster's head to begin with?
Indeed, I certainly came to that conclusion once before. However, that was, we knew nothing else. We knew of nothing else that was capable of crushing him to death.
New? Why the past tense? It's not like there's anything else now, you know. The body double was crushed to death by the monster's head. That's an unshakable fact.
Is there nothing else? Decisive evidence that connects this man to the crushed president.
How unsightly, Mr. Edgeworth. Why don't you stop this useless struggle? Besides,
But you already know who the culprit is.
remember?
Oh, thank God he didn't penalize me for that. Jesus. Anyway, he's leading me on, so... What if? That is head. That is head. John was not the one who killed the body double. He was crushed by a monster.
Quit lying around. This isn't like you at all. Oh, I get it. Since John is supposed to understand the heart of a monster.
What understands the heart of a monster is you.
Not even I have monsters for friends, you know.
Stop being so modest. Didn't you have one very important friend? The monster you control at will. Simon Keys, you're the one who killed the body double.
That's
The lion balloon. A monster made of cloth that expands when filled with hot air. It suits you quite well, wouldn't you agree?
sorry, but I have no idea what you're talking about.
You've been fixated on your claim that you manipulated John and the body double. Probably because it's an impossible fantasy of yours. After all, even an animal tamer cannot tame the dead. The body double had already been murdered while he was on the roof. And the murder weapon was the balloon you were in. I see. Although it floats in the air, that balloon still weighs several hundred pounds. When the double threatened you on the rooftop, you immediately came up with a plan to defend yourself. And that plan was to crush him with your balloon. Whether the body double wanted to get on or that he was carrying a gun, none of that matters. It don't matter. None of that matters, because what you carried in the balloon was the body double's corpse.
Hold on a second, Mr. Edgeworth.
You're saying the double was killed on the rooftop 2 nights ago?
Well, that simply doesn't match up with the time of death.
What did you say?
That's not like you at all, Mr. Edgeworth. Take a good look at the autopsy report. The time of death was around 11 p.m. last night.
Last night?
That's right. The very night Mozilla's head fell. Well, Johnny boy, come on. How about telling us the truth? You killed your father, right? I know the feeling. You hated him, didn't you? Your father who left you all alone forever.
You're wrong. I had no idea that guy was my dad.
Not this again. Didn't I personally tell you myself?
My logic wrong?
Mr. Edgeworth, allow me to thank you once again for chasing down Blaze and Patricia and bringing them both to ruin. My revenge was a success, all thanks to your logic.
If only the time of death matched up, then my logic would fit. Perhaps he did something to throw off the time of death.
And what's more, Dane Gustavio, was it? You even took down the culprit of the IS-7 incident.
And Gustavia, IS-7 incident. That's it! Gustavia killed Dover and hid his body in a block of ice. So Gustavia intended to freeze the body in order to throw off the time of death. The time of death had coincided with the tea party, so Gustavia would have been suspected.
That is correct. It's a shame I didn't get to witness his destruction.
How can you say that? Wasn't Mr. Gustavia your father, Simon?
You can't fucking hit me with the I'm scared. Come on.
I'm scared. I'm so scared. Miss Rowland keeps asking me about that day. Daddy, help me. Why won't you come save me? Is it because I broke my promise with you and didn't eat your sweets?
I couldn't care less. My father left me all alone. Even if we share the same blood, that man is not my father.
I hate to say it, but like father, like son. The spitting image of him, Simon. The father you hated so much.
Huh? What are you talking about?
It must have been fate. By sheer coincidence, you just happened to use the exact same method your father did to throw off the victim's time of death. We rescued him from the refrigerated warehouse near the harbor, a refrigerated warehouse.
You're saying that I threw off the time of death? How would I have done that?
The answer lies in where you hid the double body's body, the body double's body. Warehouse by the. You have to be this. It would have to be like what? Do you, after all, do you see any other warehouses around here? Throwing off the time of death by freezing the body along with John's kidnapping. It seems that everything is coming together.
The kidnapping? Why are we going back to that? I don't know a thing about it.
He was confined in a refrigerated warehouse. That's right, you kept the body that was corpse in that very same warehouse. Look at this tinted blue PNG to show this off. 18 years ago, your father hid a body in the same way.
What? My father, the one who abandoned me, did the same thing?
Who would have guessed that both father and son would use the same method?
Stop it! Don't lump me in with that guy. My father, I'm nothing like him. There's not a single connection between us.
You may think so, but even now, your bond with Mr. Gustavia still remains.
Didn't you say once before?
I don't like sweets.
That may have come from the shock of losing your father, don't you think?
You guys have no idea what you're saying.
Even if you deny your father, aren't your thoughts and actions the same? Particularly your belief of sacrificing others to protect yourself. And finally, your crimes were brought to light, just as his were.
Ah! Just kidding. I don't know anything about the warehouse. I had nothing to do with the kidnapping after all.
In order to threaten Judge Courtney, it's clear that you partook in the kidnapping. You know, I said we were going long, but like, it seems like we're closing in on the case and we're still not over 4 hours. There were some streams in case 3 that were over 4 hours, so like, not as long as I thought.
How scary. Those who get involved with you will be charged with all sorts of crimes. In the end, there's no evidence. For the instigation and for the kidnapping, none at all. Or what? Are you going to forge some evidence, just like Blaze and the rest?
What do you think of the sort? I can't let him provoke me.
You always say, I'll
Pursue the truth, no matter what, right?
Ha! Don't you mean only the truth that's most convenient to you? After all, that's how the police pull the wool over the eyes of those without power.
I mean...
And that's why my revenge was necessary! None of you can catch me! Not Patricia, not Blaze, and not even you.
Mr. Edgeworth, at this rate, isn't there anything we can do?
Even though all my logic points to this man... I just need evidence. Even a single piece of evidence would suffice.
Well, it's been a fun show, but it looks like it's time for the curtains to close. If you'd like, why don't you come and see my next performance? I'll let you if you admit defeat. Who was that? Dead gumshoe, baby! Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Edgeworth.
Gummy, where'd you go?
I was just doing a job that I'm able to do, pal.
Detective Gumshoe, your report, please.
Did a quick investigation, sir, about the warehouse John was at. That refrigerated warehouse is currently being rented by the Very Big Burkus, just as Mr. Edgeworth said. So it's finally here, reporting for you, our trump card.
Whew, well done, Detective Gumshoe. Now then, Mr. Keys.
There must be some mistake. Maybe it has something to do with the circus.
I see. Well, we are not informed with the affairs of the circus. In that case, why don't we get your boss's opinion on this? Regina!
We are renting a refrigerated warehouse to store the animals' food, but I don't know much about the place. After all, I let Simon handle everything.
Curse you!
Yes, Simon! How scary!
What a shame. Seems your desperate actions after the crime were in vain. If the body was found in the warehouse, suspicion would have fallen on you, the one in charge. That's why you specifically moved the body back to the Grand Tower, wasn't it? However, us finding John confined at the warehouse was a fatal mistake on your part. Our resident great thief and detective are both rather exemplary. What's wrong? I could even tell through your face paint that you're looking pale.
It's not over yet, Mr. Edgeworth. Your logic is missing the most important piece of evidence.
Oh, please do tell.
Isn't it obvious? Evidence I killed the body double with a balloon. You can't present it, can you? After all, there's no way such evidence could possibly exist.
The evidence exists.
Did you say?
Mr. Keys murdered the victim. Traces of the murder should still remain here. It should become clear once we examine the basket of this balloon.
The balloon again? Didn't you already find the bullet hole? There's no way you'll find anything else there.
It'll be fine. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth is a hero who always finds the truth, no matter what he's up against.
That's right, pal. Of course it's gonna be fine. Mr. Edgeworth has gotten out of more impossible situations than I can count.
Miles, I believe in you too. But more importantly, I'm sure your old man watching over you believes in you as well. Miles Edgeworth, calm down and think. You're just one step away from the perfect proof.
The body double was killed by this balloon. Proof lies in the traces left on the basket. Simon Keys, it's time for you to atone for your crimes.
I'll see it with my own eyes. The moment the past case is settled once and for all. Please, Prosecutor Edgeworth, deliver the final blow to this unforgivable person.
This is the final piece of evidence that proves your crimes. What traces were left on the balloon that crushed the victim? Hey. When John found the body, a bouquet of lion lilies was there as well.
Lion lilies? The flowers from Zhang's father represent the bond between parent and child. That's your evidence? Surely they must be buried under a mountain of garbage by now. Moreover, the one who threw it away was John himself. That's not much of a bond now, is it? Oh, that language of flower stuff has nothing to do with this.
Calm down, John. Certainly you may have thrown the flowers away. However, I believe those emotions remain as strong as ever. Those bonds will surely protect you from that man in the form of my final piece of evidence.
What the heck are you talking about?
Those flowers are crushed. Ergo, they must have come in contact with the murder weapon. Perhaps we'll find the very same pollen still stuck to the basket of your balloon.
No, wait. You guys examined the basket just a few moments ago. If there had been any yellow pollen stuck on there, wouldn't you have noticed it then?
Mr. Keys, evidence is not restricted to what you can see with the naked eye.
What?
Emma?
Yes,
Would you perform one more investigation for us?
leave it to me. The balloon's basket, right? Ah, a reaction. This is clearly pollen from a yellow flower. We'll find out soon enough whether or not it's from the same flower.
What?
I'd say this proves that the body double's death was caused directly by your own hand.
No way. That can't be.
You crushed the body double to death on the roof of the tower. Then you retrieved the body and hid it in the warehouse.
Why? You have to go to the trouble of retrieving the body.
2 nights ago, he knew a separate incident would occur in the tower, and you knew.
It's Crane's.
Precisely. Leaving the body there would have disrupted his plans.
I see. But even so, we couldn't leave the body in the circus warehouse either.
Exactly. The next day, when he was bringing the body back to the tower, once again, he saw the small fire started, which caused Muzilla's head to fall. Was that when the idea came to you? Your plan to pin the crime on John?
You made it look like the murder weapon was the fallen head. Such foul, cowardly behavior.
For that reason, you carried the double's body in the balloon and lowered it into the film lot. At that time, the figure of the body double being lowered down by a rope was captured in John's video recording. God, it really fucks me up that if you don't look like at his hand here, it just kind of looks like he's shirtless. Jesus, that shirt is on so damn tight.
Damn, it was all... You saw through it all? Damn it. Damn you.
You manipulated animals, you manipulated people, and you manipulated cases. It's as if you were a king. However, it's now all come to an end.
Simon, the animals have gotten angry. Even Money and Mystique. You never thought of them as your friends at all. How sad.
Oh man.
Damn it. Those JPEGs are looking aggressive. Don't you look at me with those eyes.
It's about time you went back to being a mere clown. A fitting end to your pitiful jester's act.
Stay away! Get away from me! Stop it! Please stop it!
Daddy, help me. I'm scared. I'm so scared.
I don't know anything. I didn't do anything bad. Maybe the bad ones weren't they?
Horace, why? Why'd you stop me?
You hadn't done that, I couldn't even trust the police. Nobody would help me. But that man, back then, he saved me. The only one who helped me was Dogen, so I used everyone else. What's wrong with that? Just stop it! Don't come any closer!
Get his ass! Get his ass! Found where the budget went. Holy shit. Seems the game is finally over. Oh, hello.
Shelly the Killer.
Mr. Edgeworth, I must thank you. You have exposed the true identity of the mastermind. Now I am free to... I was about to say rubbish. There's one more that's more satisfying, but that is a very close second. What? Yeah, I'm not sure Great Ace Attorney 2's final breakdown will, like, ever be fucking topped. It's kind of insane. Drawing a gun would be most inadvisable. Stay where you are and do not move.
I don't have a gun.
You do have a gun, do you not? You intended to draw and fire it without anyone noticing. He must have taken it from the body double when he killed him. This man has betrayed his bond of trust with me. He would have me kill the president while knowing full well he was the body double. Lying about a target is an extremely dangerous thing to do to an assassin. Not having all the cards on the table can seriously jeopardize an assassination. However, what is even more unforgivable is your deception, your attempt to manipulate me. Time has come for your retribution. Also, I just noticed in the corner, Courtney covering John's eyes. Oh. Stop! Oh, fuck.
You are...
It has been far too long, Shelley. So much is fucking happening. Please step aside. That man is my prey. I must ask you to spare his life. Please permit this young acolyte to receive his proper punishment in prison. And if I refuse, his is the first life I have saved. I will not allow it to be taken away so easily. You saved a life. The assassin, Sir Hondogan.
Is it ironic, is it not? That I, the one who has taken countless lives, am making a plea for this young one's life. He saved my life just as I have saved his. Before I knew it, I grew quite fond of the lad. You may laugh at me as much as you wish. However, I must ask that you spare the life of the boy. From one assassin to another, please make this allowance.
Oh, man.
I understand. If you are willing, I understand.
If you're willing to go that far.
You have my thanks. I am in your debt.
No need for thanks. I simply felt there would be no merit in a fight to the death with you. That is all. It is not in our budget.
And with that, I must take my leave.
Wait, that was the wrong guy. Whatever.
Damn it, wait!
Prosecutor Edgeworth, I must thank you as well. It was necessary for this young acolyte to be put in his place, and that you have done. Now then, it is time for me to return to my humbled cage surrounded by iron bars. Right, Anubis, right, boy? Oh, look who's here.
Hey, priest guy. You killed my dad, right?
Indeed, I am not one to forget those I have slain. I see. You must despise me, boy with horns, in that case.
John!
Do not panic, I simply lent the boy with horns my knife. Take that knife and run it through my throat. A single stab should do it. I've long grown weary of my wooden carvings.
Revenge. John, don't do it! John, please, I beg of you! Until just now, I had intended to seek revenge, no matter how many years it took.
Revenge?
Sorry. Hold on.
Revenge is good, really good. All your pain and suffering slips away. Everything becomes numb and you'll feel nothing.
Yeah, you may be right. I thought about that while I listened to what you had to say.
John!
The only one who would be satisfied with revenge would be myself, right? If I became a murderer, my mom would go through even more pain and suffering.
Don't say it, Barry. Don't say it.
My mom!
Whatever.
My friends from the movie, too, and all those people who care about me as well.
The boy with horns says some interesting things.
That's right. I finally get it now. I'll never forgive you, but I'm not the one who should punish you. After all, isn't that what my mom, that prosecutor guy are here for? John, you just said some really profound stuff just now.
Okay, perhaps you should study up a little more yourself.
Is that so? Well then, young one, it is time for us to depart. Where to? To prison, of course. That place will be our home.
Our home?
And with that, the case that involved and affected so many people came to a close. However, there was still one last thing I had to do.
Mr. Edgeworth, sorry to keep you waiting. Why'd you call Uncle Ray and the rest of us out here? Mr. Edgeworth, the formal proceedings have just come to a close.
What are you talking about?
This is the place where I once relinquished my prosecutor's badge.
This is your prosecutor's badge. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what is the meaning of this?
Consider this my resignation. I am no longer a prosecutor.
in order to save me when I was suffering from memory loss, you...
A certain man once said, the only ally a defendant has is their attorney. By trusting in their client, an attorney draws closer to the truth. The sight of that man still shines brilliantly in my eyes. Once again, there is no fucking straight explanation for that line. Okay, gay sex. Oh wait, I thought he was talking about Phoenix. Sorry. Just as the image of my father fighting in court does. Gregory. However, this is nothing more than that man and my father. Okay, never mind. It was both. Okay. It is not mine. not my dumbass. Not my dumbass getting shit confused because they just don't say Phoenix's name in this game for some godforsaken reason. Anyway, gay sex is still on the table.
Mr. Edgeworth.
I think I shall live as a prosecutor after all.
I see. So you made your decision.
I'm sorry.
No, I understand. That's your answer, isn't it?
It is.
Okay, and that's the end of that conversation. Don't regret it. If you beg me later, I won't let you work for me ever again.
Understand.
But you know, Miles, mind if I ask why you chose to live as a prosecutor?
Mr. Shields, you asked me this before.
To fight crime as a prosecutor, to save people as an attorney. I want you to think carefully about how you want to live your life from now on.
I have thought long and hard about that question ever since. How should I live my life? And after this case concluded, I finally found my answer. I want to save people as a prosecutor.
As a prosecutor?
Simon Keyes, he too was a victim. He lost a parent in the past murder, and with it, the ability to believe in anything else. I too know that feeling. Look at this crusty JPEG. The feeling of losing what's important to you and being unable to believe in anything. I doubted everything during my lonely battles in those days. All I can hope to do is get every defendant declared guilty. What who saved me was... I really fucking thought that just the one time they were gonna show him. No. Mr. Keyes must have been all alone. Unable to find salvation from the law, he had no choice but to turn his hand to revenge. Phoenix was all a dream, he's all in our heads. See, that's why Ace Attorney 7 is going to star Athena Sykes. Unable to find salvation from the law, he had no choice but to turn his hand to revenge. For too long, we have been subjected to courtroom Yaoi. We must now have courtroom Yuri. And I suppose you never thought to seek help from the police.
No way! As long as Blaze was around, any evidence would be destroyed by him. Actually, didn't something like that almost happen today during Patricia's trial?
I want to save those like Simon Keyes. So, I would just save him. Sure, this tragedy could have been avoided if he only could have relied on the courts.
But instead, he was cornered by Blaze the Best, who used the power of law for evil. The form of the law can change depending on who wields it. It could be at once a shield to protect and a blade to harm. That too is a contradiction of the law.
Like, I am just saying, like, not to keep harping on the point, but I am just saying, an Ace Attorney game with Athena against, like, Francisca or something would be peak. A contradiction, huh? That's true. Sure is a contradiction in the law. The way the law is right now, it isn't always completely right. Yeah, it's really fucking wild that this game was just never localized. Really good predecessor to Dual Destinies, but also... When did this game release again? 2011, 2012? I mean, that's no excuse. That really is no excuse. If the 3DS was out by now, look, I mean, they still should have just fucking released the game. I mean, like, Ace Attorney was always a bit of a niche regardless. The only way to right those contradictions is by joining in the court system. The one who could have saved Simon Keys was not an attorney. Rather, a watchman of the law. A prosecutor. I shall face the contradictions in the law as a prosecutor. Exactly, yeah, do something. I see. That's just like you. But you know, it'll be tough. It won't be just a walk in the park. You'll be going up against the law itself. You do realize that, right? I do. However, someone must. Yup. Uncle Ray believes in you too. The law evolves and grows, just like all of us do. And I'm sure you can pull it off. After all, you're Gregory's son. The old man would never give up, no matter what. His eyes saw only what lay straight ahead. Miles, you chose to live as a prosecutor. Your eyes look just like your father's. It looks like you've grown up a bit. I really wish your old man could see you right now. Thank you very much, Mr. Shields. So then, Prosecutor Edgeworth, allow me to formally return this to you. Do you think they'll ever do an investigations collection like they did with the original trilogy and Great Ace Attorney and now the Apollo trilogy? I mean, if they localize Great Ace Attorney, sky's the limit, but like, what's the demand like on those, huh? I would hope so too. If only, I mean, not just so more people can play it, but I also want to see how like the official localization team would work with some of the stuff in this game. Like how different things would be. Yeah, Investigations 1 is not great. But, you know, it's worth it for 2. Please do.
I, Justine Courtney, as a member of the PIC, do hereby return to Miles Edgeworth the rights and privileges of a prosecutor in the name of the goddess of law.
You know, I was gonna show off a tier list at the end of this stream that I made, and I was gonna be like, I'm glad that my thoughts still hold up, but I put Investigations 1 in the okay tier. When thinking back, I can't really think of a noteworthy moment that would justify it not being in like a tier below okay. Oh man. Yeah, that was a fucking video game, huh?
And with that, Prosecutor Edgeworth is revived.
That's great, sir.
So then, Prosecutor Edgeworth, it's time for Uncle Ray to make his exit.
Oh, yeah. Actually, okay. It is the only thing keeping it out of bottom tier is Callisto. I love her with all my heart. Slay, girl, slay.
I have to report to your old man about the traitor in the Edgeworth family.
Thank you for everything, truly.
Next time we meet just might be in the courtroom. I hope you'll be ready. Uncle Ray might not look it, but he's an ace attorney after all.
I look forward to seeing the attorney my father trained in action.
Take care! Prosecutor Edgeworth, welcome back.
Yeah, this one is basically entirely good. Like, holy shit. Judge Courtney, I must give my thanks to you as well. Not a weak link, Larry is also there. Not a weak link in the cast, except the ones from previous games that are bad.
To me?
You sought to fix the corruption within the PIC from the inside. That must truly have been a lonely battle.
No, it was not, for I was never alone. Because the goddess of law is always by your side, right?
Yeah, no, I fucking, I'm, even when the chat was against me, I was Courtney's strongest soldier there. I was like, guys, there's gotta be a reason, and what do you know? There we go. I was right. It made me realize that one could fight in such a way. The prosecutor's office, no, the entire legal world is caught up in this contradiction. If that cannot be set right, there's a truth that will never see the light of day. Only through your help that I was able to find this new path. One that fights against the contradictions in the law.
I too find that promising, as one in the service of the goddess of law. You shall certainly succeed in helping the law grow.
Let's meet again in the courtroom.
Yes. I must apologize for my shameful acts during the trial 2 days ago. Next time I shall fulfill my duties as a judge perfectly.
Your Honor, I do not intend to speak regarding your ideals.
Prosecutor Edgeworth?
However, the greatest judge I know is one overflowing with humanity. Oh my god, he's talking about me! Even during a trial, that judge experiences happiness, anger, sadness, and joy. But nevertheless, always hands down the correct verdict in the end. It's difficult to say, but sometimes I feel that perfection is not always correct.
So a judge too has the right to behave in such a manner? Thank you very much. Prosecutor Edgeworth, when I pursued and fought against Blaze the Best, the goddess of law was not the only one by my side.
I don't know if that'll be enough of a time skip, but it'd be cool. Yeah, true.
It's John! I have this cut out with me. I feel a strange sense of courage well up from within.
We need Athena. We need Francisca. We need Junie. We need three-dimensional Gumshoe. Come on, people! What is the holdup?
No matter how painful things became, no matter how strong the foe, when I remember that I am not alone, I'm able to keep moving forward. Wrongs must be put right, for John's sake as well.
John, too, lost his father in a past crime.
That is more important to me than even the words of the goddess of law. Though I'm sure the goddess would be angered by those words.
Your bond with your son is a secret to your strength, I imagine.
I don't have to be perfect, I just want to grow little by little. Both as a judge and as a mother. That is how I feel.
Though I also just do have this sinking feeling they would rather introduce another new fucking attorney than give Athena her proper time in the spotlight. Let's not worry about that right now. That's just a thought that creeped up in the back of my mind that I hope is false. Seems there is much each of us has yet to learn.
Agreed. We are all still children before the world.
Athena game has to be real. Come on, guys.
Let us grow in our respective paths until we meet again. I shall look forward to that reunion. May the blessings of the goddess of law be upon you as you follow your new path.
Like, I just have so many, like, good and bad thoughts about what Ace Attorney 7 could be. It's like rocking back and forth like that scale in the background of the jury in Great Ace Attorney.
So I may tread a new path as a prosecutor.
I shall surely reach the truth waiting at the end of this path, no matter how difficult the path may be. If any seek to stop me on my path, they shall receive no mercy. And no matter who they may be, I will shout just one word. Man. Hard to fucking believe that Shu Takumi was not involved at all in this game, because this is insane.
Chief, what sort of scoop are you aiming for next? Hey, ain't you a journalist? There ain't nothing more important than information. You may be my apprentice, but you're still my business rival. I ain't gonna tell you everything. That's my mentor, all right. I reckon you're even more prepared than me. I understand. I'll get my information using my own 2 feet.
Yeah, that's the spirit. By the way, would you mind asking what sort of scoop you're aiming for next? Huh? Chief? Ain't no need to be stingy. I'm your mentor after all. That's just heinous.
Anyway, yeah. I'm glad this is basically 100% accurate for me. The last two cases made them my favorite, yeah. I love Sebastian from the start, and I was like, Courtney's got something going on, you know? So I was able to hear them out. It seems that the wound on my left arm is yet to heal. The bodyguard who inflicted this wound upon me. This is a name I will never forget. Now then, shall I return to being a sample ice cream salesman? Perhaps this time I should try being a crepe salesman instead. For now, I shall live a calm life until my services are required once more. Yeah, it's just a good-ass game. I might have been knocked down once by that prosecutor named Edgeworth, but I'll keep on trying to escape. I won't let him dampen my fighting spirit. Ain't that right, Rocky? A gong that'll sound off my next escape will ring out soon enough. Until then, let's keep working out. But yeah, really, there's just... I genuinely don't think there's an entirely bad game in this series. People like... hold on. Are you inquiring into my studies of being a pet groomer? I'm working as hard as ever. I spend every day covered in mud. Ah, fuck. Everything is freezing on my end, but this suits my nature far better than a newspaper salesman. Once I leave this prison, I hope to earn an honest wage as a pet trimmer. Huh? My sentence has been extended? Because I was Ward and Roland's accomplice? Oh.
Why do you think I've been giving a rat's ass about these stupid animals' well-being? To hell with pet trimmer's license! Damn it!
But yeah, really, like, investigations, 1, it's fine. Case 4 carries. Layton versus Wright, vastly fucking overhated. I think those are like my two hot. I think Layton versus Wright being overhated is like my hottest take in the series. Aside from me just not really digging Spirited Justice at all.
I mean, I trusted him as my subordinate. But there's no use fretting over it. The show must go on. I have to do my best so that I won't lose to the magic or ventriloquist divisions. I'll put on the greatest performance ever.
Layton versus Wright is better than Ace Attorney Investigations 1. That is true. I think people get way too caught up on that ending. Which, I mean, to be fair, the ending of that game is fucking rough. But everything else in Layton versus Wright is just so damn good, you know? It meshes the game, like, ideologies together perfectly, has some really good character moments. The new characters are mostly pretty great. All of Justice fans need to seek reality. I haven't played that game in a while, so the fact that it's at the top of great tier is just me going off my memory. I don't remember. It just felt wrong putting Justice for All up top. Both are carried by their final cases. It's okay to put them both up there. I might sneak Layton versus Wright up there before I post the tier list everywhere else, though. You know, cause some real chaos. That would be fun. But like, no, really, you know, I'm not even narrating the characters right now. I'm just trying to like think about it, right? Like, it's weird, my thoughts on Ace Attorney. Like, I feel like I should replay the series, but by the time I replay the parts of the series I've forgotten, the other parts will be faded in my memory, and it'll just be, it'll be a vicious cycle. So at a certain point, I just gotta have to trust my gut.
You see, thanks for everything, boys. Of course, I owe Greggy my thanks too. After all, I get to stuff myself with Jeffy's delicious desserts once again. Oi, next time maybe I'll use one of Jeffy's sweets to create a new drug. The tuck-in diet. You'll tuck in your stomach while you tuck into desserts. It'll be delicious and slimming and also good for your health.
Just watch other people play the games. True. Hey, at the very least, I will never fucking forget Great Ace Attorney 2, because that game is just... because the Great Ace Attorney games are just memorable on every cylinder. They nailed it.
Man, I'm glad I got to meet and sketch so many beauties. But Mandy caught a glimpse of my beauty sketch. She had a misunderstanding and clobbered me in the face with my sketchbook. So in exchange for my sketch and beauties, I had one beauty walk out on me. Maybe it's time for me to start getting more serious about my life. Do I take the path of an artist, or do I follow the path of my heart? Oh, and by heart I mean the heart of my new lady.
Oh, Larry. That's weird. Why was the screen just black for 40 seconds?
Mr. Bad, thanks for all your help today.
I'll testify about the IS-7 incident as much as you need me to. Prosecutor Edgeworth seems pretty active too.
He chose not to take the same path as Gregory, but rather to live as a prosecutor.
Honestly, I'm sick of conforming to other people. I might just swap Dual Destinies and Apollo Justice's place in the tier list.
If you ever need a hand from Attorney Raymond Shields, give me a call anytime, any place.
Do it. Yeah.
My crimes were punished far more leniently than I expected. Once it was proven that I had been threatened. Ouch.
Honestly, yeah, I think I was swayed by a lot of people saying, oh, Dual Destinies is dog shit. It stomps all over Apollo Justice. And now that I think about it, I mean, is it stomping over if a lot of it's better?
Haha, that's right. The next corpse is waiting for us after all.
We have all our translators here. Very nice.
I'm glad that my scientific investigation came in handy this time around as well. Good thing I rushed back here all the way from Europe. Now I have to leave again. That kind of takes the fire out of a girl, as you can imagine. But this is all so I can become an actual forensic scientist. So then, I guess it's time to go. Now, if anything comes up, be sure to call me right away. The second I get the word, I'll dash right over.
Yo, shouts to Rayman fan in the localization team. Based?
The greater the father, the greater the expectations are for their children. Prosecutor the best, was it? His way of life shall be tested henceforth. Just as mine was. Miles Edgeworth chose to live a different life from his father as a prosecutor. I suppose that too is an answer.
No, don't give me the fucking... Don't give me the image of him handing me the shit.
I could never have imagined the truth that my old man was hiding. Unlike me, who only thought about the Lang clan, my old man was trying to protect an entire nation. But I swear to you all that I will carry on his will, even if the president was a fake and the real one was murdered. I swear that I, together with my men, will revive Zhengfa. Someday I will show you all a Zhengfa brimming with life.
Man. Yo, Pro CD moment! But yeah, man. It sure is unfortunate that Lang is probably never gonna fucking come back in another Ace Attorney game again, huh? He'll never be able to follow up on that promise.
I've asked everyone to stop calling me the best. I don't like it. Makes me feel like I'm just borrowing Pops' power. I shall study even harder than before and triumph over Pops. I'll become strong enough so that I won't lose even to Miles Edgeworth. Now then, let's start by thinking up my new nickname.
Good. Look, I mean, I'm mixed on Lang, honestly, but like, I know there are people who like him, like Kiki, so like, I don't know.
The gossip articles about the murder made our movie the talk of the country. A monstrous man appears from the mighty Muzilla. He's the true face of the monster who murdered the president of Zangfa. Huh? Isn't that you in the photo, Mr. Powers?
How could something like this happen?
Now, it's fine, isn't it? It's thanks to those articles that our film is a big hit.
Much obliged. That's fair, yeah. I don't... Nayuta is still bottom of the bottom for me, I'm sorry. I do not see what people see in that character, but... I get it, yeah.
It's no big deal. It's not like I had a major role or anything. What are you saying? You played the key character who connects Muzilla and Gordy. There is no one else besides you who could have played the part. Yeah, I guess. Well, it'd be nice if there's a sequel. I really enjoy working as an actor. Mom, before we head home, can we go buy something? I'd like to decorate our home with a line lily for Dad. Aww. And one will not suffice. You'll need 2 more. One for me and one for Amy.
Aww. And thank you for all of our supporters, and for Capcom for making this game, of course. Oh man. And yet there's even fucking more. Damn. Okay, sheesh.
Wow, we were really busy with all those cases, weren't we, sir?
Indeed we were. Why do all these incidents happen in such quick succession?
Philippines are always busy whenever I'm around.
They need to bring back Kay, though. For real, for real.
Wait, Kay, wouldn't that mean you're a magnet for crimes?
Hey, Gummy, that was rude.
After playing Ace Attorney Investigations 2, I have concluded that Jello Apocalypse must be burned at the stake for his Ace Attorney opinions. I do not get the impression that he's not I do get the impression that he's not entirely wrong. So then, Kay, do you intend to resume your training to become a great thief?
I don't know.
Huh? Something on your mind, pal?
How should I put it? Until now, I've always been chasing after my father. So I could become a great thief just like him.
Like the previous Yatagarasu, I suppose.
But watching you, Mr. Edgeworth, it made me think. Maybe instead of chasing after my father, I should find my own path.
Anyways, Kay and Sebastian need to be brought back when you see Edgeworth's children. You know, I've been saying, I know I've been propagating, propagating Athena and Francisca. Athena and Sebastian would be a really fun, attorney-prosecutor dynamic too, though.
I mean, you didn't become a defense attorney either.
Chasing after a parent's shadow isn't the only path in life for a child, after all.
I'm gonna aim to be a hero in my own way.
That sounds good.
But of course that doesn't mean I'm gonna throw away the name of the great thief Yatagarasu.
Also, yeah, Rubbish G. It really does. Every time you fucking, stop thinking about it, it hits you over the head again. There's so much familial trauma in these games, Jesus. I mean, this game is all about that shit. I don't know how I could have forgotten, fuck. Or how it slipped my mind for even a second. But I digress.
No matter what sort of hero you become, Kay will always still be Kay.
Thanks, Gummy. And Gummy will always be Gummy.
Of course, pal. I plan to keep pushing forward on my path as a detective, after all. Mr. Edgeworth, I look forward to continuing the work with you, sir. I sure hope I'm brought back in a game again after this. Please. Oh, that'd be so swell. Could you imagine me up on the screen in 3 dimensions?
What are you talking about?
I don't know.
Yes, I'll be counting on you, Detective Gumshoe. Detective, you saved me many times during these past cases. You have my gratitude. I suggest you look forward to your next salary assessment.
Huh?
What?
Does that mean what I think it means?
What's wrong? I'm saying that your salary ought to be raised.
Really, sir? Oh, I can't believe it.
Isn't that great, Gummy?
It's like a dream come true. I can finally say goodbye to my instant noodle lifestyle.
Look, Capcom, I'm just saying, Capcom is so lucky I'm into Resident Evil and Monster Hunter, because otherwise I would be so much more annoying about Mega Man 12 and Ace Attorney 7, dude. However, that doesn't mean you can start slacking off. The real work begins from here on out. You should prepare yourself.
Yes, sir. Roger that. I'll devote my body and soul to following after you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Path Mr. Shields and Judge Courtney taught me is to take a stand against the contradictions in the law and to reach the truth at the end of that road. Give us Ace 37 now. It's not happening next year. That's when the Apollo collection's coming out. Oh. Where is it? What am I able to do? That's a question I must continue to dwell upon. Certainly this path will not be easy. However...
Prosecutor Edgeworth.
Oh god, no. Harrowing thought. The game is ready, but they're waiting till fucking 2026 so it can be like, what is it, the 30th anniversary? No, the 25th anniversary of the series. Oh. Oh, please don't let that be the case, dude. The goddess of law was not the only one by my side.
It's John! When I have this cut out with me, I feel a strange sense of courage well up from within. When I remember that I am not alone, I'm able to keep moving forward.
Your bond with your son is the secret to your strength, I imagine. Bonds, huh?
Yeah! I completely forgot!
That was sudden. What's wrong?
I was searching for new members of the Leatkarasu team.
Now that you mention it, I do remember you saying something to that effect.
In the end, I wasn't even able to find a single person. Can you imagine it? A team combining their powers in order to steal the truth. I want to create an invincible team like that, but...
God, this face of hers is still so funny. I don't know why.
What are you saying, pal? Don't you already have a team? Together, the 3 of us can solve any case that comes our way.
Yeah, you're right! A prosecutor, a detective, and a great thief. We're the invincible trio of heroes that steal, capture, and pursue the truth.
Hearing all that kind of makes me feel sorry for the truth.
As long as the 3 of us are together, there's nothing to fear. Isn't that right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, you are correct. Even until his last moments, my father ran along his own path. I too shall advance along mine, accompanied by my somewhat boisterous comrades. As long as they are by my side, I can walk forward without hesitation on this new path as a prosecutor. Prosecutors and attorneys, the path I walk is not my father's. However, I am certain the two paths are not separate. Though we may walk in opposite directions, destination is the same. Why, you may ask? Because both paths lead to one and only truth. Oh man, this fucking game, dude. Poof. Can we get it remastered in like the same style that the Apollo Justice is getting remastered? Like, those sprites look fucking beautiful. Free title card, true! Anyway, save that data, please. Oh, what a good game. My vocal cords are fried. I don't know if I'm streaming tomorrow. What's my schedule looking like? Did I say Friday or Saturday? yeah, no streams for the rest of the week. I'll be back on Monday, which is the 30th. Maybe I'll try and squeeze in a small horror game between the 30th and 31st, but then again, the 31st is kind of a weird day. There might be people at the door knocking and trying to terrorize us for fucking candy, but you know, we'll see. Either way, good times were had by all. Thank you all for stopping by. And this is it for Ace Attorney for a while. See you around. Have a good one.